Hello, hello. Hello. Boo. Listen. Listen. Hello. How's everyone doing? How is everyone doing? Let's put some eerie background music. Hello. I am sick and tired of the internet. I really am. Also, I'm sick and tired of, like, why do I order things? Like, I order delivery. And it's super delayed. I ordered some energy drinks. And they keep pushing them back. I was supposed to get them at 6. And now I'm gonna get them at 8. So at some point when I get a call, I'm gonna have to, like, go downstairs and get my fucking drinks. But whatever. Hello. I am sick and tired of everything. Yes. I'm also on my period, so just hold on to your fucking pants today, because I'm just gonna... I think it's gonna be I don't think it's gonna be gradual. It's never a gradual thing with me, so, like, the anger. It just happens. I also took off the filters in my mic, so I should be able to do this. And you should be able to hear it. Do you hear it? Okay, so on today's list of things to be upset about, which, you know, okay, it's Greenbush. We know Greenbush, our friend, best friend Greenbush. We love her here in this Christian server of mine. She left the company, like BioWare and EA, a week after the release of Veilguard, which, you know, other people were saying, oh, it's because these people fail upwards. They fail upwards. We'll see about that, because the studio is literally, like, super fresh. Like, it hasn't done anything yet. And I don't think she's the game director in that one, by the way. Like, yeah, she has changed her company to something else, to Wizards of the Coast, but I don't think it's as a game director, so don't even worry about it. Doing Fabulous, watching the Copen and Seething. Greenbush directing Baldur's Gate 4 here to hear first. She went to... Yeah, but she's not directing. I mean, maybe, who knows? I doubt it, though. Like, literally, Baldur's Gate is the... Like, it's the breadwinner of Wizards of the Coast, like, game-wise, that I'm aware of. So, to leave it in the hands of someone that has proved time and time again that doesn't know what the fuck they're doing. Also, I don't think they're gonna make her game director, because I don't think so. Of the one project they will have, like, it's a very, like, let's let's jump into it. Why even fucking... But yeah, this has been I think Smash was the one that broke the news. Dragon Age Veilguard director Greenbush hired by Wizards of the Coast for Skeleton King Studios after leaving BioWare. Listen, do we care? Are we surprised? Which is, like, the big thing here. Not really. Everyone knows that Wizards of the Coast has been in a downward spiral for a very long time. And that's me knowing this, who doesn't really know a lot about Wizards of the Coast as a whole. And I only get, like, glimpses of it when I play RPGs and their name comes out and whatever. The only thing I know about Wizards of the Coast is that they have I don't know exactly what it's called, but the whole D&D aspect that they came up with, they allow other creators to use it. They also profit from it, but they allow other people to use it and to work on it and make it better. So basically, people are, like, working for free and making their systems better, and they don't have to, like, move a fucking finger, and they get better systems. So that's cool. But then they realized that they were losing money, and then they tried to close that relationship and not allow people to use the D&D systems for their games and stuff like that. and then they had to like backtrack really quickly. So that was one of the things I know about it. And another thing is like they pulled this, like the one that stood the most for me that I saw on my Twitter feed was that they made male succubi, but those exist already and they're called incubi. So I don't understand who came up with that brilliant idea of making male succubus, because they already exist and they're called incubus. It's they're, you know, one lays on top, one lays under. It's a thing that has existed for a very long time, so I don't understand. And I think Wizards of the Coast, in their absolute like shitty takes that they have taken over the years, deserves its own stream. Like, I will do some research about it, but that's the type of company that has welcomed Corinne Bush with open arms, which not a surprise at all, but I'm not necessarily threatened by this. You know what I mean? Maybe a lot of people are that like D&D, but at the same time, the company's already corrupted and infested. So, you know what I mean? This has been long in the making. So making moves like this is not really that crazy to me. Yeah, Smash broke the news. So if you guys want to read, I don't read on stream. You guys know that. Fuck that. But if you guys want to read the article, you can go to Smash's like blog post and read it. You do that. And this is the infamous studio that picked up Corinne. And yeah, it's literally a new studio, brand new. I haven't found a single thing they have worked on, because I don't think they have worked on anything. Based in Austin, Texas, Skeleton Key is a game development studio of passionate creators inspired by great games, stories, and toys. That passion for play is what motivates us in our desire to create amazing interactive experiences, which they haven't done anything yet. As far as I'm concerned, studio vision and mission, keys are a symbol of opening and closing. The Skeleton Key is the symbol of unlocking the infinite possibilities we can explore. We venture into the unknown and invite others to join us. So far, very tame, you know what I mean? Our mission is to create immersive gameplay, unique stories, and thought-provoking moments of suspense and horror that guide players to have fun while facing their fears. So it seems that it's gonna be a horror, like, you know, company, like horror game company. Maybe with RPG elements to it, but it's gonna be mostly a horror game company, which is really funny because I remember Corinne saying that what she wanted to do and what she's always wanted to do, it's to make RPGs. Like, that was her dream, making RPGs. So there you go. Kyle says, never seen a stillborn studio yet. You're looking at it. You're looking at it. This studio is connected to Exodus though as a supplemental one. So I see a lot of people, and I was concerned at first as well before I knew what studio Corinne was joining. I think it's safe to say Skeleton Key is not going to be working on it. They're not working on Exodus because Archetype Entertainment has the same, let's say, relationship that Larian did with Wizards of the Coast. They had a mutual beneficial relationship where they were both profiting, and that's that. But Archetype Entertainment does its own hiring. It's its own company. Not just a studio, it's its own company. So they do their own hiring and they do their own IPs, yada, yada, yada. So Exodus is safe from Corinne Bush. I'm not saying Exodus is safe from the rod of DEI-fication in the future. We're not going to see anything solid about Exodus until 2026, which is, we just begun this year. It's going to be a while. If you hear my fucking stomach rumbling, mind your business. I'm going to grab some bag of chips now because I am hungry, and I'm not me when I'm hungry, okay? But yeah, Exodus should be safe from Corinne. I don't know if Exodus is gonna be safe from itself. I talked about it briefly, not briefly, at length in my previous stream. The people that wear like, shilling for Veilguard and this and that, and for the Veilguard staff members and developers and whatever, they are very close to Archetype Entertainment for some reason. Like, I don't know if Archetype Entertainment thinks that having like a symbiotic relationship with content creators is a good thing. I hope that they realize that's not a thing anymore, and content creators can sync you faster than you can sync yourself as a company. Sometimes no publicity in that aspect, it's better than negative publicity. So I hope that they're working really hard in their PR department to like minimize all the damage they can, and to minimize their fucking contact and interaction with content creators that are known for shilling products that turn out to be garbage. So hopefully, hello, welcome. But what we're seeing here is like Skeleton Key is going to be a horror focused studio. In what way they're gonna like make those games? Are they gonna have RPG elements? Is it gonna be like, a click and whatever? Maybe they're gonna try to do multiple things. Maybe they're not gonna do anything because they're gonna die before they can do anything of note. Because this fucking movie is absolutely fucking retarded, and I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand what was the thought process behind this hiring thing probably has been long in the making, and I think there's tweets about Skeleton Studios like congratulating Veilguard for releasing, or for something stupid like that. So there has been interactions between the Veilguard team and Skeleton Key Studios even before they even dropped anything. There's a connection there, and that like this hiring of Corinne Bush has probably been long in the making. They have been talking about it for like a long time. Still, I find it really fucking stupid. Oh, my order is almost here. It's energy drinks, by the way, because I am a child. I am 12 years old. So, yeah, I don't understand. Like, what I think happened, okay, is like, yeah, they have like that connection, and you'll see it right now that, keys to our creative culture: being open and honest with each other, the community, our games, and the way we work, being respectful in the way we communicate, interact with peers and teammates, and the way we represent our studio and each other, leading with empathy in how we unlock and build a culture of safety and well-being, allowing space for being human. So we make games for a living. Our passion for the craft is what inspires us to make amazing interactive entertainment experiences. We want to keep that perspective, and we have fun while doing it. Careers. Looking for your next adventure. We believe in empowering our teams, in that by providing the proper time, tools, and support, we can foster a creative culture where everyone can do their best work. Skeleton Key is an equal opportunity employer. We celebrate diversity and are committed to creating an inclusive environment for all employees. Nothing new here. So, are we surprised that this is happening? What I'm thinking is Corinne and whoever is the lead of Skeleton Studios had a talk. Corinne said, "Oh, well, I will be 100% interested in joining your company. I think that would be great." Well, you know what I mean? And before that, sure, there was controversy, but the lengths of the distraction of BioWare in Dragon Age: The Veilguard wasn't at its peak yet. So I understand that for like a new studio, having a person that on paper has many, many, many years of experience, they have like almost 20 years working for one of the most prolific companies in the world, for better or for worse, and they're working on this huge RPG, and people love it, and people, it's there's rumors that it's going to be game of the year, this and that and whatever. And then cue, the actual truth, it's too late to back down because papers have been signed, this person's like transfer to your company is already done. And I don't think that they necessarily care, because in a company that has this like thinking, this absolute like rotten thinking of, oh, we're an equal opportunity employer, but you're not really equal opportunity because you don't really like look at someone and look at their skills to hire them. You look at how they look, their race, their past experiences, their ideologies, their sexuality, their gender identity. That's what you look at when you do that. And if you have more of those, if you have a gender identity, you're black, you're this, you're that, you have more opportunities than if you're like a white man to get hired by companies like this. So it's not really, you know, a chat is working. I'm just not reading it because I'm talking. You know what I mean? It's just stupid. It is what it is. I will be reading chat shortly when I finish my points. If I don't talk in one go and I stop, I forget what I'm talking about. So that's the problem. Like, mainly, it's just like they are not gonna see it as something bad to hire Corinne, even though her name is just attached to one of the biggest financial like flops of last year and of the last 5 years next to Concord. So I don't think that's gonna be an issue. Do I think that it's gonna be an issue for them to make things in products that people are gonna buy? Yes, because as I put on a tweet, gamers don't really forgive and we don't forget. And me personally, and I can only talk about what I'm going to be doing moving forward, is that I'm not going to be touching anything that Corinne Bush has worked on, because I know the level of tomfoolery that she can bring to a project, and I don't want to waste my money into a project that I know it's going to be bad. And then we also know, and I don't know if I can find it real quick, I didn't put it on screen, but we also know that people that got fired from BioWare are not now working on Ghost of Yote, which again, I don't know why we are surprised about things like that. And I have been very vocal about Ghost of Yote before the whole thing. Not that I'm saying, oh my god, I knew everything before it happened. Not really. Let me Google it really quickly. Yeah, it's being written by the people that did. I think it was Savvy who broke the news on this one. Fuck me. There you go. Yeah, the sequel is being written by the same people that wrote Mass Effect Andromeda, Anthem, and Dragon Age: The Veilguard. I think it's John Dombrow and Courtney Woods. So make with that what you will. I knew was going to be an issue, and I had made the connection before because Erika Ishii, if you know who Erika Ishii is, she is the protagonist of Ghost of Yote, but she was also one of the voices for the main protagonist in Veilguard Rook, and there's that connection there. What does my shirt say? That's what it says. So, of course, you can just, and Erika Ishii isn't that great of an actress for you to hire her because you have to hire her. She's the best for this role, you know what I mean? There's many other Japanese actors that could have done the job, but you hired her because she is attached to a set of ideologies in politics, and she's extremely vocal activist in the same circles as Alyssa Mercante. So, and I knew this. It's something that I don't care about Ghost of Tsushima. I know my boyfriend played it and he loved it, and he's not gonna be happy about this. So there's that. Yeah, with Corinne Bush, I'm gonna be keeping an eye on Skeleton Studios, Skeleton Key Studios. I want to see what they think this is gonna do for them. You know what I mean? They're very new. This is so upsetting for them. You know what I mean? Because they are in the process of hiring still. They don't have lead artists, designers, lead technical artists, producers, engineers. They don't have character artists, gameplay designers, software engineers. They don't have them. So, yeah. It's going to be very interesting to see a studio, as someone put it, very rightfully so, be a stillborn studio. Because how are you gonna shoot yourself in the mouth this badly before you're even a studio? You cannot even consider yourself a studio because you're not like fully staffed and you're not. Yeah, it's just very, very sad. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get my energy drink so I can get like some fuel in this rotten body of mine. I'll be right back. And then we'll continue talking about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which that's gonna get me going for sure. I'll be right back, okay? Okay. Let's do this, I guess. Now I'm ready, okay? Fuck the phone away. Let me get my bearings straight, okay? It's watermelon flavor. And I have chips. If you guys don't like chewing, fuck off. I guess. I don't know what to tell you. ASMR. Do you like that? Okay. what can we say? What can we say about how do I even start this? You know what I mean? If you follow me on social media, you'll know that I have been extremely vocal about the entire fucking Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 debacle. And I am done with it, to be very honest with you. I have never had a game, not even Veilguard, where I'm just like fucking done with the goddamn diatribe and just like controversy around it, because it's a nothing fucking burger. And for people to say, oh, but you were really against Veilguard and now you're okay with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Yes, because I'm not retarded. Simple as that. And it's just been the most like curated controversy I have ever seen. It's just insane. It's just crazy to me. It isn't crazy. It's crazy. It's genuinely baffling to me that we're even having this conversation about a goddamn role-playing game. Because I have come to realize that a lot of people just thrive on controversy and they just want to have something to complain about. And nothing is ever going to be good enough, which I understand. And we all have different fucking likes and dislikes, and we all have, games that we like more and that we like less, yada, yada, yada. Bro, if I see one fucking tweet that has the same copy-pasted take, word by fucking word, of Henry is not a blank slate protagonist. He's not a black. Would you like it if Geralt sucked dick? Let me come here. Listen here, you fucking bitch. You absolute retarded motherfucker. I'm gonna speak very clearly for you to, yeah, big heart, bigger ass. Guess what? My heart is not really big. So, listen. Henry, his only fucking established fucking personality trait is that he's a goddamn peasant and his goddamn parents are fucking dead, okay? You know how I roleplay my fucking Henry? Do you wanna know? He's a fucking murderer. So that's where you draw the fucking line? You absolute waste of fucking oxygen? I can roleplay that man as a goddamn serial killer. But sucking dick is where you draw the fucking line. Mind you, completely fucking optional. You absolute retard. God damn it. If you see two men butt naked licking each other's rim, it's because you seeked that out. It's the same way that, you don't accidentally like end up in the fucking red light district paying someone to love you for like 30 minutes. There's no like something like, oh, you trip and you are sucking another man's dick. You know what I mean? It hasn't, there's a progress there. There's a series of decisions and choices that you have to make for you to get there. It's not like, oh, and all of a sudden you're going go, go, go on someone's dick. You know what I mean? I know that you guys think that this is this. It isn't. And the fact that I even have to fucking say this, it's insane. Because guess what? It's an RPG. But actually, it's an action game with RPG-like elements. It's not. I don't give a fuck. Do you fucking understand me? Because all I'm seeing, and because I don't care about Kingdom Come Deliverance, okay? I haven't touched that game in a while. And I really need to like finish the first one. And I think I need to replay the first one a second time for me to like the combat system and like everything to tackle the second one. But what's really fucking driving me off the wall and boiling my goddamn piss is the absolute need of people to just have something to complain about. And the fact that none of you bitches in my replies have a single fucking individual thought boils my fucking blood, okay? You see what I'm talking about? This is the fucking nectar of the gods. For people to sit there and tell me it's woke, it's woke. You guys don't know the fucking meaning of the word woke. You do not. And that's why we had to make a goddamn video about the difference between forced representation and organic representation. We live in a fucking society. I am sorry to tell you this, like Hector and Bob, but black people and gay people exist. You have shaking their hands. You share their oxygen. That cashier that fucking scanned your Bud Light beer likes to take it up the ass. They live among us. Oh no. Oh no. But just like you don't realize that your cashier likes to fucking suck cock, in an RPG that it's well done and it has options for you, the player, to have replayability and to roleplay as whoever the fuck you want to be, because guess what? That's the goddamn point of an RPG. It stands by role-playing game. That's good representation because it's seamless. You don't notice it. You don't have to do it. It doesn't tell you. Henry and Hans don't sit down after they fuck and have this conversation with each other of I think we have to come up with a term for what we are. I think that if we say, they don't make up the word homosexual in that game. They don't start calling each other like besties and say you know what, we should make an entire month about us being gay. They don't do that. Do you understand? It's not a task situation where they sit down in a table and they're like, well, mom, I'm gay. No. It boils my piss. It boils my piss that this is something that we have to even fucking talk about, because guess what? It's optional. Optional. I had someone in my fucking reply say, I heard that you have to go through the gay scene to have the sword mastery in the game. Okay? They thought they had to suck Hans' dick to get the sword mastery in the game. I don't think Hans's original plan, Romans, what wasn't planned for people to ship Hans and Henry as much as they did after the game's release. So I was surprised. I said immediately, oh, we have a gay romance, is gonna be Hans. Why are you guys surprised? But men cannot have friends anymore. They're pixels, you dumb fuck. They're pixels. And don't act like in every single game where there's a fucking male protagonist and they have a body, they end up fucking. Do people ship them? Sure. They don't end up fucking in the next fucking game, so don't fucking start acting like this has been a thing that people have been doing. Game developers, oh no, they're gay now. Not fucking true, a lie. And this is the problem that we have right now in the culture war, okay? Is that people are acting up. People are acting up. And I'm sick and tired of this. Because the amount of just reaching I have seen from people I know of thank God, most of the people that I know and I still talk to, very fucking neutral takes and very level-headed takes. Because guess what? It's not that goddamn fucking deep. It isn't. But from other people, John De La Rose is absolutely fucking crazy. We don't talk about John De La Rose. He commented in one of my tweets and I didn't answer him. I was like, what are you doing here? But other people that I thought were more neutral and they were more level-headed and had more objective takes, which is what we fucking need. in the industry right now. We don't need more shills and we don't need actual grifters. But I'm seeing a lot of grifting from people that 4 months ago were up in arms claiming that we're just players. I'm not grifting. I'm just telling the truth. And all I'm seeing now is like fucking going in with a comb, trying to say like, well, I don't like this, therefore the game is bad. No. Just because you don't like something doesn't mean the game is bad. It means the game is not for you. Don't like it, don't play it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that, listen, I played Kingdom Come Deliverance. I played for a good like 15 hours because I started playing in my own time. It's a hard game to get into it, okay? Other people have told me, I just don't like it. I think it's boring. And that's completely fine. That's completely fine, okay? But the game is not a bad game. It is what it's advertised to. And the fact that people cannot distinguish pandering to minorities and actually taking time and resources from other aspects of the game to put things in it that don't belong and that detract from the story and the gameplay and the quality of the game itself, to actually just having seamless representation and given options, like more options, like the option of fucking Henry and Hans sleeping together or the whatever the fuck doesn't detract from the game. It adds on top of it. It adds more choices, more options on top of it. It's more, not less. I don't understand why we're even having this conversation. It's not the same. It isn't. But it's not the same. You guys cannot go with the same fucking like square thought process than woke people do and the people that you complain about, and look at every single game with the same lens. You can't, because some games are completely different. Would I be complaining if this was Halo and Master Chief was, what is the alien dude that we play as if you play in co-op? If they were fucking each other's butts, that would be a concern that I would have. Because like, okay, why is this hair? What's happening? I would even complain if Master Chief had a romantic relationship with a woman in a game, which is what happened in the fucking show, because it doesn't belong. But it has always belonged. People are saying, well, it's not a romance game. You can romance multiple women in that game. You can have orgies in that game. But Henry is a good Christian boy who can have orgies in the game. So stop, because it's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing because it doesn't make sense and no one takes you seriously. Because no one cares, okay? Thank you. The game is doing incredibly well, obviously. And I see a lot of people saying, oh my God. That's what they're saying. That's how these people sound in my fucking heads. But vote with your wallets. Just don't let the fucking gays and the woke people win. Vote with your wallets. Guess what happened? Guess what the wallets did, okay? They voted. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 immediately sells 1 million copies. Yeah, well, now what? Vote with your wallets, dude. Vote with your wallets. Don't let them. Now what? You see what I'm talking about? Geralt should have been gay in The Witcher because choices, am I right? I literally was making fun of people like you at the beginning of the fucking round. You know what I've seen thousands of times today? If Geralt in Dandelion, if Geralt, and you know what else I've seen? That fucking goddamn screenshot of a YouTube comments, like comment section, where a social media manager says, well, Henry is a Christian boy and he's heterosexual. Like, that changes anything when Daniel Vavra, who made Henry and made the game, it's saying that they can do whatever the fuck they want with the game because they made it and it's pixels, it's not real life and it's fiction. But Kingdom Come First, like the first one, was a goddamn coming of age story. Okay? First of all, the scope was much smaller, so they couldn't just add 1,000 different choices in that game because they couldn't. But it was a coming of age story. Henry was 16. Sure, he's gonna fuck women. Guess what? A lot of gay men were in relationship with women or are still in relationship with women before they, want to explore their options. It happens in nature. Oh my god. Crazy. Oh. Yeah, welcome to reality. This is crazy to me that we even have to have this conversation, honestly. And yeah, it's a whole thing of, but Hans, why Hans? Do you guys think that people back in the 1400s were going to seminaries about gender identity and sexuality? Or maybe a hole was a hole? What do you guys think it's more likely? Right? It's been happening for a long time, even before Bohemia. What do you guys think that was like? No, dude, I'm super straight. Do you guys think these people had those fucking talks like people do? They're not straight. That's what I'm talking about. Listen here. Listen! Because you guys keep using fucking modern day terminology, just like the woke people do. You guys are just like the people you hate. People didn't fucking identify as straight or gay or bisexual or trans back in the fucking day. They liked a hole. They put dick in hole. Period. It's sodomy. Yes, I know. So they did it in the down low. Otherwise they would get executed. Leonardo da Vinci was fucking boys back in the day and painting his fucking lovers in the fucking walls of the Vatican. And then he had to leave because he was actually convicted from... Vavra followed and responded to her, so now she's grifting for this game. That's a lie. You're a liar. That's crazy. The way that you guys are just gonna twist... This is what I'm talking about. You guys just don't wanna... You don't wanna have a conversation. You wanna be right. You want to be right. Yeah, a straight man can become gay. Yeah, you want to see? You want me to show you? You want me to show you? Yeah. Where is it? I saw it. Where was it? You wanna see? Where is it? John Del Arroz Furry. Give me a second. Yeah. Isn't John Del Arroz super straight and married to a woman? So why is he jerking it to My Little Pony and Pokemon? Explain that to me. He is married to a woman. Yeah, actually, Daniel Vavra lives with me. I didn't want you guys to know this. Daniel Vavra is the father of my children. We're married. Actually. Yeah. And as you can see, yeah, we tweet each other all the time. He replies to my tweets all the time. You know what I mean? Yeah. And he follows you. Oh my god, conspiracy theory. Daniel Vavra pays my bills. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's see. Daniel Vavra follows me. He doesn't follow me. Why are you lying? You're a liar. I follow him. What the fuck are you talking about? Who else follows Daniel Vavra? Oh, I bet most of you follow these people as well. Like in Damien. You know who also follows Daniel Vavra? Asmongold. Gay. J Viper, gay. Gemini Jack, gay. Shut the fuck up. Like, shut up. You follow. Shut up. Everyone is gay, by the way. Let's go. Dr. Disaster, gay. Smash JT, who played the game and said that the game is not gay and it's player choice, not forced options. Gay. Hypnotic, who is also saying good things about the game. Gay. Oh my god. Kata, gay. Atreus, gay. Everyone, gay. Your dog, gay. Everyone is gay now. And everyone is getting paid a fat check by Daniel Vavra. It's not that we have our own fucking opinions. And because they don't match with your twisted and sad little pathetic worldview, everyone else is wrong. Shut the fuck up. Just say, I don't like gay people and I wish they would all be dead. And then, you know, go down your merry way. Like, it's okay to admit that you're a fucking idiot. That's fine. Okay? And it's okay to not like the goddamn game. Okay? It's okay. But it's fucking retarded. Because obviously, you guys don't know what a commercial success is if it hit you in the face. You keep saying, oh, well, you know, let the gamers vote with their wallets. If a game is good, let it prove it. It proved it. People like it. People are having a good time playing it. You need to make everything bigger than it actually is because it's woke. It's woke. Just because you don't like something doesn't make it woke. And it doesn't make it bad. Just because there's gay people and black people. We live in society. Is society, you know, is the world woke? Like, do we live in a woke bubble since the beginning of time? Like, I don't understand. And we're never gonna get anywhere like this. We are never gonna get anywhere like this. And I'm seeing it in every single fucking corner of the internet nowadays. And I know that I'm, you know, yelling and whatever. And I take your happy pills. You're a woman. You don't know what you're talking about. I don't care. This is my fucking channel. What are you doing? Fucking scratching your balls in your mother's basement? Shut up. We're not the same. You know? You have to pay to see a woman naked. I just have to take my clothes off. We're not the same. But what I'm seeing, it's just a state of panic in the internet where people don't want to give an inch about anything. And it's pretty concerning. Because, no, like, the cringe post I've seen of people talking about the gaming industry, like, you guys are going to fucking war at Gaza, it's absolutely, like, cringe-worthy. And I think you guys need to, like, get, like, a little, like, pot of dirt and grow some grass in it if you don't have any grass, like, nearby for, like, emergencies. Like, touch grass immediately. Because the amounts of, like, absurd tweets I've seen of, like, don't give any quarter. We're winning the war. And the war is gay people and black people, like pixels in a video game. But Veilguard, it's not the goddamn same. It's not the same. And why do I know it's not the same? Let me fucking show you why it's not the same. And people have lost their fucking marbles. Do you see this? Wallets. These are wallets right here. The wallets that you love to talk about. Vote with your wallets! Wallets. You know who also voted with their wallets? Wallets. It's not the fucking same. Woke, because it's the same. Woke, bigot, racist. It doesn't mean anything. Because people use it as ways to further their own agendas. Okay? Thank you. Fucking woke doesn't mean black people and gay people are woke all of a sudden. It means injecting ideologies and politics like Veilguard did into a game where it has no use for it. That's adding DEI aspects. You guys don't get it anymore. Like, I complain about people on the woke left not being able to distinguish reality in video games anymore. And we saw that in that one tweet where like that content creator like Gil was saying, oh my god, I don't think it's a coincidence that BioWare is firing everyone that was like DEI hired and that my country is falling to fascism. Those people, that level of delusion is the same level of delusion that I'm hearing from people of like, no, this is gay. Ah! Shut up. Shut up. Because most of your fucking like beloved like characters in video game history voiced by black people. So if that's woke, take those away, I guess. What else? Most RPGs that you have played, gay options in them. Gay romance is completely optional. Take those away. The Fallout games, none of you can play the Fallout games if you think that is woke. None of you can play the Master Chief like Halo games because black people voiced main characters in that. You will do everything but play the games yourself or watch gameplay and make actual decisions for yourselves. It's just crazy. But why could you like not Roman's Man in the first one? It's a video game. I'm sorry to tell you this, and I don't understand what it's so hard to get from the fact that video games are not real. And the people in video games are not real, and they are not attached by the same rules than reality are. They're not determined by, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. And if you guys cannot see the difference between like this, like organic representation, which happens in everyday life, and you see it every day, whether you think you do or not, it's society. We live in a society that it's diverse and it's organic because it just happens in nature, and that it's imitated in video games. It is what it is. And you don't see the difference between that and forced representation. It's insane to me. It is crazy, and I don't understand. Like, that's what's baffling me. I mean, among the madness, come back. Among the madness, I have seen a lot of people that just do have brain cells and know that this is not the end of the world and there's bigger things to worry about. We taught the industry a lesson with Veilguard, okay? We did. And that was disliked by everyone. No one enjoyed Veilguard. But people are enjoying Kingdom Come Deliverance too. So, by your own standards, people have voted with their wallets. So now what? Thank you for the follow, Dark Lord. I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. It's getting angry for the sake of getting angry. That's it. That's all I'm seeing. I'm seeing, unfortunately, people that I know creating controversy where it's none. And for people that want to, like, say that I am biased because Daniel Bavra is my husband. We're legally married and we have 3 kids together. Bob, Dylan, and Henry. One of them we named after the character in the game. I said that I wished Daniel Bavra didn't have access to the internet. Do I believe that he made everything worse? Yes. I find him really funny. Not only because he pays my bills and he gives me a fat check every month to avidly, you know, because every tweet that I tweet is about Daniel Vavra and about how awesome he is. I find him really funny because he has no filters. And at the beginning, that was funny to see him like clap back at people. It was extremely funny. But the more he just like gets unhinged on the internet, the more I understand people just like being disillusioned with the game. Because it's the same thing that happened with Avowed and the same thing that happened with Belgard. It's just like people that are very close to these games just completely going off the rails. And it just spoils the experience. I understand. Okay. It doesn't affect me. Because believe it or not, I am not that hyped about Kingdom Come Deliverance. My main fucking, I don't even know how to explain it, but my problem with the entire debacle was the underlining issues that I'm seeing with Kingdom Come Deliverance. Not the game itself, but what has sparked in the community. I just don't like what I'm seeing in the terms of content creators that I thought were more objective, which I understand. This is coming from a bitch that can yap her fucking mouth for hours on end about something that I don't like or something that I don't find right or whatever. But from people that I thought were more level-headed, or at least could like put aside their personal feelings for a second to be objective about a product, is Spell and Shields here? Is my boy here? Yes, he is. Hello, Spell. Another man that I grift for, apparently. God, listen. I know that as much as I hate it, I'm in a position where people wait for my takes on something to inform their own opinions. So what I try is to be, believe it or not, pretty level-headed and objective about things. I understand with Kingdom Come Deliverance in this case that the game is not for everyone. And I understand that the whole controversy with Daniel Vavra and the kind of like, is the game romance there? Is it not? Kind of like put off a lot of people on the game. And that the game itself, it's not that, you know, easy to get into. And it takes, you know, a very specific player to like immediately. It's a gradual thing. I understand. So I try to talk about both sides. I'm not gonna, but the one thing that I'm not gonna do is put down my beliefs that are personal and intrinsic to me and individual to me to fit in or get the majority to like me more. I understand that my takes, you might hate them. You might hate to see me pop up in your fucking X feed every day because I like to yap about everything. I love X, okay? I love X. It's where dreams go to die, and I'm right there in the front lines fucking watching people lose their marbles every day, and I'm right there with them, and I love it. But as someone that, you know, people have told me, oh, are you gonna play it Avowed? I want to wait for you to play it before I play it. And I have told you multiple times, do it yourself, play it yourself, but I understand that most people, I'm not used to this, but some people wait for me to say something about a game before they inform their opinion about it. So I try my fucking darnest to be objective about things. And I try to look at it from every perspective that I can and tell you the goods and bads that I can find in a game. And at the end of the day, all I can tell you is whether I like it and whether I don't like it. But what I will tell you always is to play it for yourself. Play yourself. The amount, it kind of made me sad, the amount of people that came to me and said, I'm just so jaded about all of this that I don't feel like playing it anymore. And for all those people that might be in chat right now, play it. Don't let people's negativity keep you from enjoying yourself. It's your money. What the fuck do you want? Listen, it's your money and it's your time. I think my boyfriend came from arriving at home. Yeah. Do I have a tracking app? in my phone from my boyfriend, yes. He knows about this, by the way. It's consensual. He also knows where I am. Okay? Which is at home every day. But that's all I'm trying to do here. Like, listen. Play the game. It's a good game. It's a good game. Listen. What? It tells me even the speed. He arrived and his top speed was 43 miles per hour. I'm gonna mute this. It's a good game if you compare it to the previous game. It's a good sequel, which a lot of games cannot say nowadays. It's a good sequel. It reads as a sequel for Kingdom Come Deliverance, and it makes a lot of things better. Like, the gameplay is better, the mechanics are better, yada yada yada, but it's still a Kingdom Come Deliverance game. So my boyfriend lives in America. I live in Spain. We're long distance, brother. You're curious about what kind of guys you like? Men that are obsessed with me and that listen to me. And he has both things. So yeah, I don't know, man. Again, my main issue with the entire thing is that I'm seeing the true colors of a lot of people. I am proud to say that most of the people that I have the most contact with, which is not a lot, but for example, I talk to Keita and Atreus occasionally. I love them. Like, if you guys have to check New Black Street if you haven't already, they're really funny. And guess what? They're pretty level-headed, believe it or not. And thank you for the sub, Cat, my love. And Kate and I have been each other's rock through this entire thing, because trying to get people to think on the internet is an impossible task. Like, I'm not telling you to think the way that I do. I've actively, my entire fucking career, I'm actively telling you to actually think for yourselves. If you hate gay people, that's your take on the world. If you don't want to play the game because of the gay romance, that's your right to do so. But you know what I mean? And the same thing that you don't want to play the game because of the controversies, you don't have to. I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm really not telling you to do anything. I don't know. But I'm concerned about the state of the culture war, because I'm seeing a lot of extremes from people that, I mean, some people I expected it from, obviously. But I'm seeing a lot of the same patterns that we complain about from the other side of, I want this game to be like this. And if you add this or you take this from the game, you hate me and you don't like me. You know what I'm talking about? I'm seeing a lot of like, make the game that I want or else, which is exactly what the woke left has been doing for a very long time, and doing what they're doing, but just putting the opposite things in a game doesn't make the game good. I thought we had agreed as a society that we need to let people make games, and then we decide whether we want to play them or not. And then, you know, those financial hits that studios get will teach them to do better next time, which is what we're hoping we're seeing with Mass Effect 5. Is it too late for Mass Effect? We don't know. We will see, right? Same thing is going to happen with Avowed. Avowed is not looking good. I personally don't like the way that it looks. I don't like the direction that it's heading. Most of my audience actually is hyped for Avowed because they like Obsidian and they like Pillars of Eternity. Me, I wish they had kept that tone. Like a darker, more mature, more subdued tone of the Pillars of Eternity universe into Avowed. But all I'm seeing is Veilguard 2.0. We will see. It's coming out in like a couple weeks. I will play it and I will make my own opinion. I will stream it and then you can watch with your eyes and listen with your ears and you can inform your own opinion based on what you're seeing, of whether you want to play it or you don't. Okay? So I thought that's what we were here for. Good games. Good games, I'm sorry to tell you this, there's has to be a general like take on what a good game is, because we're all individuals in this. All gamers like some things and they don't like others. What I like, you might not like. Believe it or not. Oh no. Crazy, crazy take. But there has to be a baseline of what a good game is. And for me, it is. There has to be passion behind the project. The people that are making the game want to make that game. They don't want to, like, you know, they're not making it just because someone like so-and-so told them to make it. There has to be a passion behind it. There has to be a time frame. We're gonna be waiting like 10 years for one game for no reason. And the game has to be a good product at the end of the day. Even if I don't like it, I don't play it, the game that, you know, the people that it's targeted to, not minorities, not pandering, but hey, if you like Call of Duty, it's because you like first-person shooters, whatever, blah, 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 blah. Then that demographic of gamers has to like the game that you're playing. I can only talk about RPGs because it's what I enjoy, what I like. Okay? So I can tell you that, hey, this is a good RPG. I can recommend this to you to play, which is what I do. And you guys can recommend me, you know, what you like, the genre that you like, but it has to be something that it's more general, because a game is never going to be like the one you want in your head. If you want a game to be exactly the way you want, you have to make it yourself. It's what I write. Like, there's a lot of books that I don't like how they end, or why would the author do this at the end. So I write books that I want to read. Not everyone can do that, I understand, but you know what I'm talking about? If you want something exactly the way you want it to be, you have to make it yourself. You cannot expect a multi-billionaire company to cater to you. You can. Because it doesn't work. That's it. We have seen it on the other side. They made games that cater to a very specific group of people. It is Cheetos. Ketchup flavor. Ketchup and cheese. Really good. And they don't work. And it's the same thing. Like, we're the majority. Who is we? Who is we? We're not the majority, okay? There's extremes on both sides, and most people are just wanting to like play a game without having a 2-week discussion and argument after argument after argument in between. You know what I mean? It's not, we're not the same. You and I, no. I just want a good game at the end of the day. Even if it's not for me. Even if I'm not going to enjoy it. I'm not going to be playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 for a long time. Sorry if you guys are, you know. I'm not. I want to finish Kingdom Come Deliverance, the first one. I want to enjoy that. I want to have a good time. And then I'll play. I'm sorry, but I'm not chasing trends here. I'm sorry to tell you this. Avowed, I'm going to play on release because it's on Game Pass, whatever. But I want to enjoy Kingdom Come Deliverance too, okay? I just feel like people need to chill. Funny coming from me. I understand this, that it's very ironic, but I am much less extreme than some people make it up to be. Like, people like to call me like a right-wing conservative. Me? I am not. Very obviously. Like, it's just, I am much more of a centrist than people think that I am. And I'm not a fucking crusader. I'm not here to fight the good fight for the cause or whatever, because it is the same thing. I see people Like, we're winning. Give them no quarter. Like, literally word by word what I'm saying. Like, this is the tone of the fucking tweets. Give them no quarter. We're winning the war. And the war is pixels on a screen. Do you understand the level of delusion? And believe it or not, that's activism. They're activists. They don't see themselves that way, but they're activists. They're just like Elisa Mercante and Erika Ishii and all these people. They're extremists that rally people behind them to shape gaming into what they think it should be. And they are incapable of seeing this. And it is extremely concerning because we're never gonna get anywhere. If every single game release is a battle, it's insane. Because people think that I'm talking about like John De La Rose and Melanie, like Mac and whatever. No. I'm talking about people that I thought were much more objective than they ended up being. And I'm seeing a lot of grifting. I am seeing a lot of grifting, unfortunately, from people that again, a few months back were claiming that, you know, oh, grifter doesn't mean anything anymore. Yeah, I'm not a grifter. I'm just telling the truth. And turns out that you're a grifter. So, thank you, John, for the stagnation. It's just very concerning. And again, I have very, like, not extreme, but very clear likes and dislikes and preferences. And a lot of you guys know about it. Smash and Hypnotic are much less extreme than Hypnotic is specifically. He's much less of extremist than I thought he was gonna be. I like that. That man, he's a really level-headed person. Very smart. I'm not gonna name names. You guys can make your own, like, reach your own conclusions. But with the entire Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 debacle, I saw a lot of people go, and it was a roller coaster of going like, it's woke, it's not woke, it's woke, it's not woke. Video, like, but it's not even tweets. Thank you for the follow, the Imperial Truth. It was like making a video about it's woke, making another video, then same day, it's actually not woke. Bro, inform yourself, research what you're talking about. Like, don't go with the wind because your credibility, it's gonna like reach like rock bottom. You know what I mean? Very, very concerning, very stupid things that I've seen of just people very obviously just like going where the wind goes to stay relevant, which I understand. And I don't do that anymore because I just don't care. If you see me, I'm gonna be posting like a highlight video of the Eddie stream like on YouTube soon, but I'm not doing that if I wanted to like chase the trend that I created, by the way, because I made that fucking tweet got viral. I would have like edited that the same day and posted it on YouTube. I don't want to do that. I talk about what I want to talk, and I post the videos that I want to post, and I do what I want to do because I want to do it. Would I be much well off and much more popular and viral if I was at the top of the trends every single day? Yeah, but I would be a much more sad individual. And I don't want that. You know what I mean? I can only be as transparent as I can on the internet, and you guys can choose to believe me or not. That's obviously your call. And at the end of the day, I am a person that you don't know on the internet, and I have my own opinions and my own preferences, and they most times don't align with yours. A lot of people don't agree with me, and that's okay, but they still respect me as a person the way that I respect them as a person, because we can have conversations. But what I'm seeing is like completely like one-sided arguments and people just don't want to have conversations anymore. Why? I don't understand. I genuinely don't understand. And you can think that because I say, like, oh, don't come at me with the same takes and screenshots. I'm all about having conversations. And if you go through my replies, you can see that I engage a lot with my audience and we have conversations, okay? And we talk. And sometimes we agree to disagree. Sometimes we agree. Sometimes we just, and that's fine. But don't come at me with someone else's take and someone else's screenshot that you didn't even take to prove that I'm wrong. No one is wrong in this fucking situation. No one is wrong, which is what people don't understand. There's not a, you're right, you're wrong. No, because there's preferences. And people are gonna like one game and some people are not gonna fucking like it. They're gonna hate it. And that's fine. But people cannot agree to disagree. And that's absolutely mind-blowing to me. Hello, honey. Nothing much. I'm yapping on the internet. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of grifting, unfortunately. As much as I'm seeing shilling for games like Avowed right now, which it's another thing that I'm seeing a lot of grifting with the entire Kingdom Come Deliverance too. And I thought we were better than this. But I don't even know if I want to include myself in the we situation, because I don't know. I don't think I'm comfortable doing that, because it's becoming quite sad, to be very fair with you. The way that individual thought just seems to be banned from social media. And I understand that you want that certain content creator that you watch every day to like your tweet or reply or whatever. Bro, we are nobody. I'll tell you right now. We're nobody. Who cares if I like your tweet or Hypnotic likes your tweet or Smash JT likes your tweet? You know what I'm talking about? We're no one. And I will agree, especially Smash, I like what he does. I might not agree with everything he says, but he at least, shares information with the public that might not be like that easily accessible. And he might have more opinions on something and less on others, whatever. But, there's a news baseline to that. There's like something that it's there that you can have an opinion about, and it can be more objective or less objective about it. But, the news is there. So I really like what he does, and, good for him that he's getting all these leaks and information. It's doing very well for his career. Hypnotic, it's very level-headed, which, at the beginning when I didn't know him and I only had seen a couple of videos of him, I thought he was much more extreme in his views. He is very objective. So take it with a grain of salt, of course, because he's still like a person that has opinions, but I think he tries his best to give both sides of a story, and then he will give you his opinion and his side on what he believes. So yeah. Other content creators I cannot speak about because I don't want to. And I don't want to like open a fucking can of worms, because I don't thrive off the drama. I do financially 100%, but emotionally no. And I just don't think it's, worth it. I just don't. So I just think people need to think more, and people need to think for themselves. So yeah. Do that, please. I don't know. There's a lot of parasocial relationships, unfortunately. I don't know, man. It makes me sad, because I see a lot of people like keeping themselves from having fun because their actions are just swayed by someone else's opinions, and you don't know these people. That's the thing. You don't know these people. And your own arguments, thank you for the follow, Lacnet. your own arguments just fall flat on their face because it's all about vote with your wallets, but then the wallets vote. And a game is a commercial success, but then it's like, oh, it will fail. It's failing. It had one less player than yesterday. It's failing already. It's like, take the L and let it move on. I'm telling you right now, February is gonna be the month of a lot of releases, and not all of them are gonna be good. There are other hills to die on that are probably like actually objectively better hills to die on, because the game is actually not gonna fucking deliver. And we can all, as a community, have a consensus that it's not good, because objectively you can see that. But people cannot be objective nowadays. People cannot like say, I don't like this, which is my main issue. Like me personally, I don't like this because this and this and this, which is completely fair. And they're in their right as a consumer to not like something, not buying something. But people switch the I don't to this game is objectively bad because, and that's just simply not fucking true. It is not true. You're lying. And some people have an audience and they're lying to their audiences, because if you're coming out and saying this game, it's bad because this and this, and not I think this game is bad because this and this, then you're objectively like lying to your audience, because you're passing your own opinions as facts, which is not the case at all. I'm seeing, like for example, Forspoken is objectively bad, Dustborn is objectively bad, Veilguard is objectively bad. Then we can move on. Dragon Age 2, for example. Is that game objectively bad? I don't think so. I think it depends on the person that played it. Is Inquisition objectively bad? No. Andromeda was objectively bad. Was Mass Effect 3 objectively bad? No. It depends on the person. You know what I'm talking about. You see, are you picking up what I'm putting down? It depends. What I've seen with Kingdom Come is like, oh, the saving system sucks. The gameplay is too hard. There's bugs on day one. Okay? So like every single game. So every game has bugs nowadays, is an industry standard. Every game has glitches and bugs on day one. So what are you talking about? You see what I'm talking about when I'm saying like there's been a lot of nitpicking in this situation? Like, why? Because it sells, unfortunately. And I wish it wasn't true, but as a content creator, I can tell you 100% that I could be making bank if I was talking about, instead of giving you my personal opinion about why I think it's not a big deal and it's not the end of the world, and they're not that, then I've seen a lot of people say, oh, this is how they turn your children gay. Whose child is playing Kingdom Come Deliverance? You would have me up in arms if a game like Fortnite was giving you the option to suck someone's dick in it. Because, children consume that content. Whose child is playing Kingdom Come Deliverance? None. That's exactly why. So it's just like arguments that don't hold their own weight, because they're nothing burgers. It's what I'm seeing. It's just unfortunate that we even have to have this conversation, in my opinion. But it does sell. Controversy really, really sells. Okay? And I could be making a lot of money instead of like telling you like, hey, I don't think it's a big deal. I said, well, it sucks, it's good, it's woke. And having a lot of people that, get like a nice clickbaity title, a good thumbnail, and even if people disagree with me in the comments, it still makes me money. That is just the truth of content creation. Negative attention, it's good because the algorithm doesn't know whether the views someone is hate watching you or watching you because they're interested in your content. They're just views, and views equal money. and it makes a lot of money. So I understand that the hassle is real and that a lot of people feel like they have to have certain opinions or they have to have, certain takes on a game, because if they don't, it's an issue. And I saw a lot of like swinging back and forth with the woke, not woke situation, and it got them a lot of traction. I understand. But is it worth it at the end of the day? Because I don't think it is. I have been there, okay? I have been there in the edge of like really considering like, do I keep like being myself? Which is, a lot of people don't like me. I get that. But it's me. The dog wants in. Whether you like me or not, she likes me. She wants to be in my room. But I am me. You know what I mean? I'm on it. God damn. Ah. Hello? You don't like me? That's fine. I like you, Teddy. That's why I made you mad. Yeah, but a lot of people, like, I understand that I'm obnoxious and this and that, and, well, I have bad takes, I don't know anything, I don't know what I'm talking about. I've heard it all, okay? I get it. And I'm not asking anyone to like me, to be very fair with you. I cannot expect that of anyone, but this is me. And I have been like this since the beginning, and I was in a position where I was making a lot of money during the Veilguard controversy. I won't tell you how much because that's private or whatever, but I was making a lot of money with those videos. And I came to a crossroads where I had to have a conversation with myself and say, okay, do I start grifting or do I keep true to myself? And guess what I chose? Oh, you get no views, you get no one watches you. But I can sleep better at night knowing that when I tell you something, it's my honest opinion. And you are more than welcome to agree or disagree with me. I'm not gonna ban you for it. I'm not gonna mute you. I'm not gonna talk to you like you're an idiot. I'm not gonna do that, okay? I'm not gonna make fun of you a little bit on stream, sure. But I'm not gonna be mean to you. Keita, my man. Keita, you have to follow, okay? And Atreus. I'm gonna be on their podcast on April. The only podcast I'm gonna be, the only invitations that I accept are from Kate and Atreus and Leon. And Hypnotic, when he wants me there, but you know what I mean? I don't know, man. Kate is also a very level-headed man, and, he has very good takes, and are his own takes, so, you know what I mean? You might like them, you might hate them, but they are his own. Listen, besties. I can only control how I behave. I cannot control how my audience behaves, how people choose to react to things that I post. A lot of my followers disagree with me with the whole Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 debacle. And guess what? They're not blocked. I bet there's some people in my chat right now that have said, well, you're a fucking idiot because this and this. Are you blocked from Twitter? No, you're not. Because I don't care. I'm not here to censor anybody. I'm not here to craft an echo chamber for myself, because we're never getting nowhere with echo chambers ever. I'm not. It's just stupid. It's just ridiculous, and the fact that we even have to have this type of conversation to begin with, it's pretty sad, because I thought this was just going to be the standard of I tell you my truth and then I show you footage of the game that I'm criticizing, and I'm telling you exactly what I'm criticizing it for, and you either take it or you leave it, and then you play it yourself. John Way, I'm responsible for what I say, not what you understand exactly. It is what it is. I love your long form lore takes. There's more coming. I'm starting the Warhammer 40K videos soon, so stay tuned for that. And I'm not gonna change the content that I make. You might see again the highlights of my streams, because I just think it's easier for people to watch 20 minutes of a stream than to watch 3 hours of it, obviously. But that's not gonna be the entirety of my content. I will do streams like this, which again get me a lot more traction, get me a lot more views, get me a lot more money. My fucking video on Eddie, my stream on Eddie got like what, 20K views, 30K. But I cannot chase that fucking high my entire life. I can't. It's not feasible. And people can tell when you're not being honest. People can tell when you're just like regurgitating takes and your heart is not in it. The only reason why people watched that stream and it was as popular as it was because people could tell that I was actually upset about the conversation that was being had. And I was upset about the hypocrisy in the topic. But I cannot expect to like try to mimic that with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or Assassin's Creed Shadows, because it's simply not real and it's simply not true. And it is what it is. You know what I mean? People can tell. People are not stupid. And that's another thing that boils my fucking piss, is just content creators thinking that their audiences are dumb and just treating them like stupid idiots, which there's some of them, don't get me wrong. I talk to them every day on X, but for the most part I also see a lot of like level-headed people in the audience that understand when something is not right. And again, not naming names, but I have gotten a lot of people saying like, hey, I stopped following this person and that person because their content has just become grifting. So, you know, and it's very easy to see. It is very easy to see. Yeah. And I don't want to form anything, but yeah, I can talk about my book. I want to make videos about the lore in my book. Is it going to be interesting? For me, it is. It makes me happy, so I'm going to do that. I want to make more videos about Exodus. I want to make videos about the topics in discussions that I want to have. And I didn't know that was such a controversial thing to do. Yes, I'm going to make content on Avowed. Why? Because it's an RPG. And I liked Pillars of Eternity. I liked it. And I don't think as a sequel, Avowed it's doing it justice. From being in the same universe, I don't think it's doing it justice. And I want to get into that. You know? But I'm not going to be on the top of every single video game controversy ever, because I simply don't care about every single video game ever. Guess Keita is making videos about Ubisoft and making videos about Assassin's Creed Shadows. Why? Because it interests him, and there's a topic that only him as a black person can like give more insights and understanding from. Like, it is what it is. Like, he has more like horses in that race than I do, and he likes the Assassin's Creed games. And he can tell you like why he thinks it's disrespectful as a black person to do this and that. You know what I'm talking about? But I cannot speak from someone else. I cannot speak from a place of like disappointment, because I have never been like an incredible fan of Assassin's Creed. I only played the first one. So if I start making videos, like I watch a couple of Keita videos and I'm like, let's take this take and this take and this take, and then make 4 videos myself, people can tell that I'm just not being genuine. Because where did this come from? Why am I just talking about this all of a sudden? Because I'm grifting. Maybe this isn't stuff you care about, if you care about it exactly. Yeah, the Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 opened a lot of eyes. Unfortunately. Mine and the audiences. I think Keita can also speak on that, because we have had conversations privately, and we are both like very disappointed in other people that we know, because it's kind of like, what's going on here. I have played a Rogue Trader. We're currently doing a playthrough with the new DLC, which I will pick back up probably as soon as tomorrow. You know what I mean? If tomorrow I get like the editing of the new video like out of the way, we might have like a short stream, because I don't want to like just say, oh, I'm gonna stream this day and this day. I'll stream whenever the fuck I want. Fuck schedules. I don't know. Every long-term successful streamer and content creator I watch did it and became that way because it was their natural passion. Maximilian just loves fighting games and action games stick to the heart. Exactly, that's what I'm saying. It's like, and that it's not only for content creators, it's for like people in the audience as well. Don't get swept by negativity and don't get swept by rage and hatred. It's just, again, and don't get swept by toxic positivity either. I'm not saying all of a sudden like, oh my god, like woke, it's not woke, it's not, no, it's not. I'm gonna still like call out Avowed for the very like sanitation that they're gonna be doing about that game. I have seen enough about that to make an opinion, and when I play it, I will tell you exactly why I'm not gonna like it. I can tell that. Maybe it will surprise me. I hope that it surprises me, but I'm not looking forward to it because I see a lot of Veilguard in it, and we all know my fucking opinion on Veilguard. What are the plans for the new video? I'm gonna be doing like a beginner introduction, like I'm doing to Exodus with Warhammer 40k, which is both an introduction for you and for me. And I'm gonna be going from the 30k, like the hype and the peak of the Imperium. I'm gonna be talking about Warhammer 40k as the universe in broad strokes in the first video, to let you know like what to expect in the upcoming videos. And then I'm gonna go into that like in the God Emperor of Mankind, the Imperium itself, the Primarchs, the Warp, the Chaos Gods. And then after I get the broad strokes, we're gonna go, you know, each video for each Primarch, most likely. Yeah, like then there's like the main Space Marine chapters I'm also gonna be talking about. And then after that, I'll be talking about specific people. Like I wanna make a video just on Caiaphas Cain, for example, Eisenhorn, Gaunt. So yeah. I think your outrage was very justified on Dragon Age by your take on it. You're like me, a Bioware baby that grew with those games. I am. And watching it go to shit makes me angry. Yeah, because objectively, it's not good. And I think we can all say that. And we can all see that. Even if you liked Veilguard and you enjoyed playing some aspects of it, you have to agree that it's not a good Dragon Age game. It's not a good sequel. I see a lot of feminist takes in Kingdom Come Deliverance too, like women slapping guards in the face and not getting away with any consequences for it. We'll see when we play it. And when we get like more footage of it to review. So I'll talk about that if that's in the game. I'll talk about that and I'll criticize it. Like people think that, oh, because I said this about this game, that means that I love it and I'm never gonna say anything negative. That's not how this works. It isn't. I really don't. That's so much lore, that's a lot. It is, but it's my passion, man. And it gets me giddy to think about it. That's what I want. That's the kind of content that I wanna make. Something that I wanna sit in this chair for and I wanna like type out. Writing scripts, I enjoy. I genuinely do. Because it's all about topics that I wanna talk about. Okay? I wanna make a fucking video just about, like, you know, RPGs and what makes an RPG good and what makes an RPG not so good. I want to make that. It's going to be obviously from my perspective, in my opinion, my experience. But I want to make a video on that. I want to make a video about whatever the fuck I want. I don't want to be a lore channel. I don't want to be a drama channel. I don't want to be a gaming channel. I want to be a whatever the fuck I want channel. And give yourself, like, give you options as much as I'm giving myself options of like, oh, I want to talk on stream about this thing today. And then I do it. Maybe I'm going to be doing streams in the future where I just write my book And I do that. And if two people watch me, that's two people that watch me. Yap and fucking drive myself crazy. You know what I'm talking about? Hello, Anglo, my love. And then if I want to like make a fucking stream playing a horror game, I'll do that. But if I want to play an RPG, I'm going to do that. Not romantasy channel. I don't write romantasy. I'm going to become a book, like a romance novel reviewer. No, I'm not going to do that. I would like to do book reviews, but of actual books. You know what I mean? Like of Warhammer books. I want to do like dark fantasy books that I have in the back burner. And, you know, to tell you like, hey, you should read this because of this and this and this. I don't know. There's so much things that I can do to keep myself entertained. And maybe some of them you're not going to enjoy, but other people are. Just keep things varied for myself so I don't get bored. I don't know. Crazy concept, I know. But I don't want to put myself in a box. I see a lot of people putting themselves in a... She's dreaming. Can you hear her? That was Shiva. She's sleeping, my dog. And if you hear her, like... She's barking in her sleep. She does that. I wonder what dogs dream about. Like, you know? Yeah, you're gonna probably hear that in the background. That's my dog. She's not dying. She's asleep. She is dreaming, okay? What the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, I don't know. I see a lot of people like put themselves in boxes. That's what I was saying. And I don't think that's healthy. Because what if you want to change? What if you want to like do something different? Like I wanted to establish that really early on in my channel, especially my YouTube channel. I've always been a variety streamer and it is what it is. Sometimes I just like sit down and I talk for 4 hours and that's what we do. Sometimes we just like watch videos and I talk about that. Sometimes I play games. I play RPGs. I play games that I've never played before. And I just keep myself entertained. And sometimes by keeping myself entertained, I keep you entertained. And that works. But for my YouTube, because it's much more like I need to have content. Content needs to exist prior through my streams. Or I need to write it for content to exist in my YouTube channel. And I knew that I didn't want to like put myself in a square and label myself as like, oh, she's a lore channel, she's a drama channel, she's a this or that channel. Because that's not who I am at the end of the day, and that's not what my content is about. What is my content about at the end of the day? Nothing. You have to be self-aware. You know what I mean? Be self-aware. I'm a shit poster. I'm an occasional writer. I'm a nerd. I'm obnoxious. That's my brand. So it doesn't really, you know, mean anything. What is it? Where's my kitchen towel? If you follow me on Twitter, which is where... And I'm a cutie as well. But if you follow me on social media, you can just tell that I have a lot of fucking opinions about everything. And not all of them are good. And you're not gonna agree with all of them. That's completely fucking... Like, that's the truth of reality. And if you follow me and you watch me and you sit in your fucking couch with a beer for like 2 hours, it's because, you know, maybe you find me funny. Maybe you find my voice funny, my accent funny, the way that I say things funny. Maybe you don't agree with me at all. You just think, you know, that I'm a fucking clown. And you like to, like, you know, see me make a fool of myself every day on the fucking internet. That's fine. That's fine. It's okay. I don't want to police people. I don't want to tell people what to think. I just want you guys to think. That's all we can all agree on, that I just want you to think. Whether that thinking gets you to a conclusion that it's more on my side of the things or on the opposite, that's not something I have control over, nor I want to have control over. That's it. I did dress as a clown. I dressed as a shell. And Atreus stole my fucking idea. I see you, Atreus. You know, I just like to have fun. I like to dress up sometimes. I like to dress in pretty clothes what I think is pretty clothes. I like to make videos wearing those clothes because I think it's funny that I'm trying to be an influencer and I fail miserably at it. I find myself funny sometimes, not most of the time, but sometimes. I know. Listen, thank you for watching me, obviously, but just, you know, and it's okay that you stop watching me or you just don't find me entertaining anymore. It's okay. I understand a lot of people like me when I'm like super hyper and I'm mad about something, but that cannot be my brand. Because guess what? I'm not mad about everything all the time. I'm not. And I think that's why it's so interesting to hear my takes on something specific, is because you can tell that if I'm talking about it, it's because it's really upsetting me and it's really driving me mad. And I need to talk about it and I need to give you my 2 cents. Whether you take them and buy a fucking, I don't know, a gum with it, doesn't matter to me. You know what I mean? If I'm talking about something, hello, you did the clown better. Atreus just looks stupid. He looks so sad. He was playing Dustborn, I think. I have played Dustborn. I don't wish that fucking experience on nobody. But yeah, I don't want to play bad games all the time just so you guys can see me have a mental breakdown, because I am a person. And, you know, I want to have good vibes in my life from time to time. You know what I mean? But I don't believe in this thing that a lot of people believe, that we can change the way the industry works forever. It's ridiculous that a lot of people think that, like, oh, we are making change. We are getting this done. No. Money, it's getting things done. And that's the bottom line. Capitalism, it's doing capitalism things again, which it doesn't really benefits us at all. But as long as we get good products out of it, most of us are okay with it. I feel like my take on things is like, we are a cog in a machine. And the machine has been squeaking and being really rusty for a very long time. And no one is benefiting from nothing that it's doing. Because at least if you're gonna fuck me, take me to dinner first. You know what I'm talking about? But you're not gonna fuck me and then, you know, make me pay for my Uber to go home. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about? And that's the entire relationship we have had with the video game industry and just the entertainment industry as a whole. Is like, okay, take my money, but at least give me something worth my time if you're gonna rob me blind. And then they stop doing that. They stop actually reaching for their consumers and their player base to get their money from. And they just looked at a very small minority and thought they could like make as much money off of them as they could from us. And then no one was pleased, because the games that came out as a result and the movies and the shows that came out as a result of that pandering, no one fucking likes. Not them and not us. And they're not making money. So what I want is for capitalism to capitalist again. To please rob me, but don't kill me, you know? Take my purse, but don't beat me to a pulp. You know what I mean? Like, I know that I'm being taken advantage of, but at least give me a product that I can enjoy and that I can justify paying $70 for at the end of the month when I'm eating bread and beans. Okay? That's what most people want. The delusion that we can change how the world works, it's a delusion. We can't. And we are not changing anything. Money is changing things. okay? And policies that are in place now, like right now, mainly in the US, are changing things. And they're not gonna change it completely. DEI is not gonna all of a sudden go away. I think we're gonna see less and less of it because it's not profitable anymore. But it's not because the companies care about us as our the consumers and the customers anymore. Not that they care to begin with. That's what I said with Eddie, with the whole like, oh, I don't think they're on our side anymore. They're on no one's side. Companies, they're on their side. They're on the side of money, and it is what it is. You're only taken advantage of if you allow it. You're even taken advantage of if you buy a good game, because sometimes you're just like paying so much more money than you have to for a game that back then you could pay like 40 or 50 bucks for. Now you're paying like 70, 80, 90, 100. So you're getting taken advantage of even if you enjoy the end result. It's what's always been. It's how the world works. But yeah, you want returns for your investment. Exactly. That's what we want. I'm not gonna change anything. I'm not gonna end world hunger. Okay? I'm not gonna end violence and war. I'm not gonna do that. You're not gonna do that. The people that you watch are not gonna do that. I just want to play my silly RPGs while the world crumbles around me, so I can be in another dimension mentally when that happens. And I think that's what most people want. Just entertainment. The thing that we've always had back in the day, like, I don't know what happened. Like, how are you guys putting more money into making video games and TV shows and movies, but the quality is less? Like, my boyfriend and I were talking about this the other day, and now we're like rewatching Daredevil. The first season was a masterpiece, and it's like, this looks good, and it had half the budget that the new one has. So how is it that you invest more money but you make things look worse and are less entertaining? The new fucking Fantastic Four movie, I love Pedro Pascal. Don't get me fucking wrong, I love Pedro Pascal. And I think he was absolutely brilliant as Joel in The Last of Us 2. But do we need another Fantastic Four fucking movie? No, we don't. They don't work. Bring back Chris Evans and Jessica Alba and all those fucking people. They were good actors. Bring those back. But no, we don't need another Fantastic Four that it's an introduction to the Fantastic Four. We know. We have seen how they get their powers like 1,000 times, and it's bad, and it looks bad, and it looks terrible. I just hit my fucking fingers on the table. No. I don't understand. Bye-bye, Mason. I don't know. I don't understand. I just want the world to go back to 10, 15 years ago. That's it. I'm not asking for a lot. I'm not asking for them to like make a game that is exactly what I want with this and that. If I want that, I'll just make my own fucking game. You know what I mean? Period. But I want good entertainment. I don't want to pay fucking 15 bucks to go to the movies to go home upset. That happened to me. The last movie that I watched, Marvel, I was a Marvel fan. Don't even start with me. I was a Marvel fan up until Civil War. And then I hated it. Okay? Bad. Really bad. I don't know what the fuck happened. But I remember the last movie that I went to watch of Marvel was Doctor Strange Into the Multiverse of Madness, and I left pissed. That's not what I want. I paid money for that. And I left pissed. So what the fuck is going on? No thank you. So I don't understand. I don't get it. Because I don't get it. I just simply don't fucking get it. I don't understand. Maybe I'm too dumb. Maybe I'm fucking stupid and I don't get why they're doing this to me, but I hate it. I just want things to be good and to be fun, and I will pay you money for them. I will. Don't get me wrong, I will. But make them good first. Please. That was no brawl. It wasn't. That's longer than me. Stop at Logan. I haven't watched Logan. The feeling you get when you leave the theater says everything. Exactly. Like, you used to go to Marvel movies and you left and you felt like empowered. You felt like, oh my god, I'm a fucking superhero. Woo. And I was like, what the fuck is that? Terrible. Terrible. Hey, what do you think of WandaVision? I like WandaVision. And then, I don't know what happened. They lost the plot. WandaVision was very interesting for a TV show. And it didn't take itself seriously because it wasn't supposed to until the very end. But then they completely, like, ruined WandaVision in the Doctor Strange movie. So, what the fuck? We have so many Spider-Man movies, so many X-Men movies. I just make animated shows. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know why we have to make everything with real life actors, to be very fair with you, because it never works. Just make animated TV shows. People watch cartoons. People watch anime. People watch this and that. Please. Did they turn my boy Henry gay? Yes. He is in a quest to suck every cock in the kingdom. And, you know, power to him. Bravery, honesty, and genuinity likes in everywhere. Games, movies, media in general. Yeah. I don't know. I just don't want to contribute to that. You know what I mean? You may like what I say or you might not like it. You might agree with me. You might not agree with me. I don't want to contribute to that because I don't want to be in a position where I influence anything. Someone called me an influencer the other day. I told you that. And I was shocked. I was like, oh, you're an influencer. And you're like, it's like, what? I'm not an influencer. Am I? Like, I'm still in a place where I don't consider myself important, which I am not, by the way. But by people's standards, it's like, yeah, if 20 people watch me, I am more influential than someone that has 0 viewers. It is what it is. It's, you know, it's numbers or whatever. But I don't think I'm better than anyone else, and I don't think I'm fucking important than anyone else. It is what it is. But yeah, but I get it. I understand that for people that are not content creators, it is what it is. And they see me a certain way, and I'm still like learning to like understand that I'm in a position where I just cannot be actively telling people what to do because some people might do it and a lot of people don't have that. I think there's a power dynamic in there as well. If enough people tell you that you're hot shit, you start believing that you're the hottest shit ever, which is a very dangerous like thin and place to be at, of like you actually believing that you are better than someone else because you have so and so number of subs or you get this much like views per stream or per video, and it's a very slippery slope, I feel like, because it just becomes an echo chamber. It becomes this parasocial relationship as much for the viewer as for the content creator. I see this a lot with John De La Rose and like that, thing like that. And especially like in streamers and content creators of the same circle of just a lot of cock sucking and circle jerking all around. And it's like, ooh, there's no room for any common sense to get through. You know what I mean? Because they're too busy being each other's yes men, and then their audiences start circle jerking around each other as well, and it just becomes an echo chamber. And that's not fun. I'm telling you right now. Maybe it's because I'm mentally ill and I just like arguments. I like being argumentative. I like people telling me like, you're wrong. And I like having conversations with them and us calling each other's names. I don't know. But, and it's one of the main reasons why I'm not ignoring, but I'm turning down a lot of invitations with the whole Eddie situation. Like, I got many podcast invitations and just like guest appearances invitations during the Bellegarde incident. And I've gotten a lot of invitations for the whole breaking news of the Eddie is a shill again, are we surprised thing. And I have turned down most of them. I think the only one that I haven't turned down is Cadus. I think I reached to Leon because I owe him a stream. I owe Leon a stream, and I like Leon, so I'm gonna appear in his stream as well. And it's because it's people that I like, not because I want to, like, more exposure, because if that was the case, I would just be on Hypnotic's podcast. Like, I can reach out to him and be like, hey, can you please put me in your panel? And he would be like, sure, whatever. And, but I don't want to do that. I don't know. I'm telling you, it's a very slippery slope. And once you reach a certain size, and I have said that from shills as well. Once they reach a certain size, they're incapable of being objective. If they haven't checked themselves until that point, and they haven't made an active effort to stay objective as much as you possibly can, because at the end of the day, again, you're a human being, and your preferences and your own opinions are gonna bleed into your work, whether you want it or not. It is what it is. But it reaches a point where money is more important than integrity. And I get it, money is fun, you can buy things with it, ooh, but it runs out eventually. And I feel like if you make your career out of saying this gets me this amount of views, which equals this amount of money, and then you live your life like that, at some point people are just gonna get fed up with you and are gonna stop watching you. And then that income is gonna take a dive into the trash. And then you're not gonna be able to recover financially from that, or morally from that either. So I just feel like it's better in the long run to be true to yourself, and then be true to your audience as well, by default, because it's gonna get you a steady level of people that, okay, I can trust that she's not gonna lie to me. If she likes it or she doesn't like it, it's her opinion. And at the end of the day, it's up to me whether I like this thing or not up to her. But if I'm certainly oh, if you like this, you're fucking stupid, and people are lying to you, and I just getting you all riled up, it's only a matter of time before the fucking veil falls from your eyes and you understand that I'm just fucking doing what I'm doing for money, which it's funny. You know what I mean? Yes, I could be doing all of this and not stream it and not make, YouTube videos about it. But I am, and I am making an income out of it. But I'm just telling you that I could be making so much more if I just decided to fucking play with you. And with that respect, or that that influence you think that I have, I could be making fucking bank. But it's not worth it. Because I am the type of bitch that stays awake at night thinking about it. So, oh, people were shouting me out? I don't know. Vara, I've talked to Vara from time to time. I like her. Do I agree with all of she says? No. Does she agree with all of I say? No. I don't even know when people make videos of me. I like to watch them because I'm a narcissist. I just feel like I am doing well mentally. I wasn't after the whole Veilguard thing. And a lot of people are like, oh my god, too much information. One thing about me, I have no filters. And I'm gonna tell you exactly how I feel at every single fucking point in time, because I just don't care. To be fair, it's my life. I can just say whatever the fuck I want. But I wasn't doing well. And I told you, I had to have a hard look at myself and be like, okay, this is not sustainable for me, because it's affecting my mental health. I'm not happy just being known as an angry person on the internet. You know? So I was just like, no, thank you. I don't want to do this. Did I take a fucking hit views wise and whatever? Yes. But I'm making things that make me happy. I thought that, like, I don't know why that's so controversial though. Like, I understand. But social media, it's a fickle thing. And it's always gonna be fickle. Whether you're making like millions of views, like right now or whatever, it might change tomorrow. So why am I gonna like make myself miserable for like money? I don't wanna be like that. I don't wanna be that person. So I'm not gonna be. And it is what it is. And I get a lot of people like, oh, you should do this more. You should be in more podcasts. You should be like, but I can't. I can't because at the end of the day, my life, my normal life suffers from it. And I don't want that. I don't want my work to bleed into my life. I don't know. Yeah, it's very controversial. I just wish people were more honest to themselves and to their audience. I do hate hypocrisy. Like, that's one of my pet peeves, okay? Hypocrisy. And I will call it out on every single side that I see it from. I call it like, you know, I see Eddie and I see Kelly Elizabeth and I see all these people just being hypocrites and being completely fucking blind to the fact that they're hypocrites, because I do believe that they think they're right. And it's the same thing on the other side. I don't believe these people are doing what they're doing on purpose, especially the audience, okay? I don't think they're like being angry and upset and just, you know, on purpose. I think they're being misled most of the time, and it is what it is. I cannot do that anymore because I'm a content creator, but it is very easy to just like go with the first tweet that has like 70k likes, and your brain is like, okay, that's the truth, I'm gonna run with this, instead of just like taking that and researching for yourself. It's very, very easy. And most people don't make content. So they don't have to. They don't feel like they have to research what they're like yapping about on Twitter. They don't have to, really, because who are they? They're just saying whatever the fuck they want. It's their right. They pay the internet bill. They can write whatever the fuck they want on the internet. But as a content creator, I feel like you have the moral responsibility to at least try to be neutral with the facts, and then you can add your personal preference and your personal like opinion on top of that. And I don't see that a lot, to be very fair with you. I don't see that a lot. Like all I can tell you about a game is if it's successful on paper, like, you know, like what the facts are and what the numbers are, and then I can tell you what I think and my opinion on it. I cannot, like, because I've seen that with John De La Rosa specifically, like, his fucking tweets are absolutely fucking cringe. He is trying to push a very specific perspective on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. It's a gay game. It's sinful. It's bad. It's gonna turn the fucking frogs gay, whatever. And him and his circle jerk will just say, oh, look, it dropped players already. And the players drop because people sleep, you know, like they go to bed, and people have different time zones, and there's gonna be dips in player count depending on the time and the time zone and whatever. But at the end of the day, it's taking things out of context and trying to pass them as the truth, which is a fucking shitty thing to do, because a lot of people take your word. It's a problem, I understand, and it shouldn't be like this, but a lot of people don't fucking do their own research because they expect you, they expect me, people like me, to do the research for them. And, you know, that's a shortcut. You go to people like me for, you know, a review about a game because you don't want to pay the money and get disappointed for nothing. Well, not for nothing, for $70, okay? I understand. I get it. But it's the same thing with like people like Melanie Mack and John De La Rose, which we have facts and we have proof that these people a year ago didn't have the opinion they have right now. People do change, sure, but they don't change about certain like topics like video games that quickly. They don't become those that extreme that quickly. It's just views because controversy sells, okay? And being a contrarian, like Gaston mentioned, it just sells. Melanie was gooning about women in video games a year ago. And she's a walking example of what Christian values aren't. Okay? She shouldn't be dressed the way she's dressed in social media. She shouldn't be like, having tattoos. She shouldn't be wearing makeup. Is she straight like a Christian, faithful to whatever the fuck it's called? She shouldn't. Same thing with John De La Rose. I think beating your wife is not very Christian of you. And simping for fucking Pokemon, it's also not very Christian. But you know what I'm talking about? It's just, it gets them views. And a lot of them are just hate views. And people don't agree with these people. And they just look at their tweets to point and laugh. But that still makes them money. Which is what a lot of people don't understand. The best course of action is to just not engage with these people. Like, I might be talking about it like here, but I don't quote their tweets. I don't talk to them. I don't engage with them. Because it's the same thing with people like Alyssa Mercante. They thrive on attention, whether it's positive or negative. Alyssa Mercante tried to get into my tweets so I would talk about her and I would make a video about her, but I'm not going to do that because it's simply not relevant and she doesn't affect me in any way. John De La Rose commented and replied to one of my tweets, and I bet that he was trying to like start a conversation or an argument with me, and I simply ignored him because it's just the way that these people work. They just thrive of being the opposite of the majority and just having bad takes all around. And would you say that the same goes for David Jaffe? Yes, and I would go even further. David Jaffe and Daniel Vavra are the exact same fucking person on opposite sides. Like, they're opposite sides of the same coin, for example. And Daniel Vavra also thrives on controversy. He wants controversy. That's the person that he is. I find him funny, to be very honest. I don't find David Jaffe funny because he just is a simp and he's just an old man that fucking parrots other people's takes because he tries to stay relevant. And it's the same thing with Daniel Vavra. He just has completely different, he says the most out-of-pocket shit on the other side of the spectrum to get people riled up and to people to like get him like clicks and whatever. They're the same people. You know what I'm talking about? John De La Rose and fucking Melanie Mack and Erika Ishii and Airbagged and Alyssa Mercante are the same people. They cannot see it, but they're the same people. And the problem that I find is that a lot of people that were in the middle and they would just, identify themselves as gamers and I just want good games are turning out to be grifters, which is exactly what they were being accused of. I've been accused of being a grifter multiple times. Yeah, tried to call me out for shopping on Shein. Yeah, that was extremely funny. And I laughed and then I moved on. Because I'm not going to make a video about her. And I'm not going to make a video about John De La Rose or Melanie Mack. Because it's not interesting to me. I bet that it's going to be interesting for some people or a lot of people. But I don't want to. John De La Rose wants to sell his books and comics. And it wasn't just his books, like just taking Warhammer 40k and trying to pass it as his own shit. Listen, I don't care. I generally don't care. Muskellins? Games have killings, shooting and murder, gore, glorifying fools, idols, adultery, profanity, nudity, and yet they pick and choose what's perverse. Yeah, because it makes them money right now. And that's gonna be the thing for a while, I feel like. And I feel like I'm in the position where I have to call out those things. Because me, from a moralist like point of view, I just need to like tell people what I'm seeing, because I have a perspective that these people don't have. I have people in, let's say, behind the scenes that tell me how things go. And as someone that has more contact with, like, I can DM John De La Rose and I can DM Hypnotic and they're gonna answer me. They might not answer you, they're gonna answer me. So I'm in a different position than most people on the internet, and I am very aware of that. But that also puts me in a position where I see a lot of things that I'm not happy about behind the scenes. And it's just weird. It's a weird position to be, because I have been a viewer longer than I have been a content creator. So, yeah. All of a sudden having insight of people that I used to watch, it's kind of weird, but it's more concerning than anything else. Especially, yeah, again, from people that I have talked to that turns out they're not who I thought they were. Not that I have any horses in that race, because I don't think that, aside from like Keita and Atreus, who I consider my friends, to be very honest with you, like they're solid people. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. I even like how Daniel Baver is actively trolling people just for attention. He is, and I find him really funny. Do I think he's right? No. I think he's completely insane, but I find him funny. David Jaffe is just a sad man that has lost everything that he's been working for. So I can't DM John De La Rose. John De La Rose replies to my tweets. Does he reply to your tweets? No, because we're in a very similar circle, unfortunately. And people that I talk to him. Like, I know there's a fucking VIP only tweet, like Twitter group where him and a bunch of other content creators that you know and you follow are in, and he's actively fucking deranged in that. You know what I'm talking about? I don't want to be there. I don't want to. I just don't care. It's just stupid. Ew. It's tiring. Honestly, don't become a content creator. Don't. It's so much better to make up your mind about who someone is and just create this version of themselves in the internet than it is to actually meet them. Never meet your heroes. They weren't my heroes, but you know what I'm talking about, you know? You know what I'm talking about. It's just interesting. I'm having fun, to be fair, because I did pump the brakes before I could get into like the deep end in this whole circle. I feel like I do have conversations with content creators that have similar like content than I do, but I don't talk to them every day. I don't consider myself like one of their inner circle, whatever. Yeah, cliques and stuff like that. I don't belong in any clique, thankfully. So I don't feel like I have to lie. I'm telling you, the only people that I can speak of are Keita, Atreus, and Hypnotic. People that I have actually have in-length conversations. Atreus and Keita, every time that I haven't been feeling well, and I posted about it on social media, they always reach out to me, make sure that I'm okay, make sure that I'm like, you know, on the mend every single time. Hypnotic has been professional and really mature and really pleasant since the beginning, and he continues to be so. I don't talk to him every day. I don't have to. Like, it's what it is. But that's what I can say from someone that has had interactions with them. Everyone else I cannot speak about, because I simply... Leon has always checked on me every time that I haven't been feeling well. You might like them more, you might like them less, but as people who I have conversations behind the scenes as just human beings and not just content creators, they're extremely pleasant people. And at the end of the day, I can only speak about them from how they have treated me. Everyone else I know on a surface level, and I'm sure that I can reach out to them and have a conversation about this or that. I had a lot of like people, Verbal Riot, T-Bow, reach out to me as well. Extremely pleasant people as well. we agree to disagree in many topics that we have talked to privately. And at the end of the day, you know, they're very mature, very pleasant men, both of them. And yeah. I haven't said much, Ada, but I asked about you on New Black Street. And I hope you're feeling okay. I'm feeling okay. And I will be on New Black Street soon. So, not soon, April. But yeah. I think you like Lumi. She's very chill too. Can talk about a lot of stuff with her and nerd stuff. And is there Lumi? I don't think I know Lumi. I would love to, honestly. And again, a lot of people ask me like, why aren't you not in more streams and whatever? To be fair with you, I'm just not that much of an extrovert. The Fish VTuber, I've never heard about them. Really? I might start following them. The Mermaid VTuber? What? What am I? What am I just hearing about them? Lum Lum? I'm trying to find him in social media. Oh, the Lumi Angler? I'll follow Lumi. Yeah. Yeah, it takes a bit of a person to collab, 100%, especially in the peak of the Veilguard controversy. I was being asked to be in every single podcast, believable, and I turned down a lot of invitations, which would have made me a lot of promotion and would have opened a lot of doors for me. I just simply don't feel like it's worth it for me because, yeah, it just takes a lot of me. You know what I mean? Now, talk to Smagalana. Just what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not going to talk to Lumi because I don't want to, you know, come out as, oh, I just want to make connections. But, you know, it's always fun to meet people that have the same experiences that I do and that are in the same position that I am. So it's always interesting, especially if we get along and we can have conversations and we can, like, be nerds about this or that. But I don't want to make connections. It just feels very disingenuous. And I think that's a lot of about me, like, as a person. I don't know if it's negative or positive. I just don't like reaching to people with an underlining thing that I want to get out of them. You know what I'm talking about? And I feel like that's, like, they reached out to me, so they also wanted me to, like, get their views up, which I understand, and I'm okay with that, because if I bring light into, like, a topic, especially when it's about a Veilguard or it's about Unifade Walker or Kill Elizabeth, like, I have first-hand experience with that, and I'm in the front lines in that sense, so I get it. But I just feel like it's not the kind of, like, connections that I want to make with people. Maybe I'm innocent, maybe I'm naive, like, too naive to be in this industry. Is it a fucking crime? I don't think so. Is it a crime to want, like, human connection and to actually like the people that I make content with and to know them and be comfortable, you know? I don't know. Maybe I'll DM Lumi and tell them that, you know, my audience said that we could nerd out together. Do I do that? Should I do that? It's like making friends in kindergarten. Like, your mom is like, go talk to them. I'm like, no. What if they don't like me? What if they don't like my toys? You know what I'm talking about? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm naive. Maybe I'm too naive for this industry. But I don't think it's a crime. I don't think it's bad per se. You know? I wish more people were more honest about it, and I wish people were willing to have conversations, even if the conversation doesn't end up in a place where I change your mind or you change mine or we agree, you know, on, that's fine as well. That's what conversations are for. But the fact that a lot of people are just closing themselves to, like, actually like be educated about something that they might not understand, or someone else has other opinions about it and they just don't want to hear them. I don't get it. There was one time when I said to Korean, be like, yo, I don't agree with this recent article about you and being role of RPGs, and they just blocked me so fast. I don't want to do that. Listen, I'm called very mean things on the internet. I don't block people. I just feel like it's stupid. It's like very weird to preach about I don't want to police people's thoughts and I don't want to police what people say, and then block people on the other side because they said something mean to me. Like, it doesn't. No. I have a very strict rule for myself and I like to follow that. Okay, so unless you're like threatening to dox me or just whatever, I'm not gonna block you because what's that gonna do? Nothing. It's just stupid. It's just a fucking ego thing. And people have to understand that if you're a content creator and people watch you, people are gonna watch you because they like you and because they dislike you. And that's just what it is. You can expect sympathy on this fucking industry, okay? You can expect people to like hand things to you and just expect them to be nice like 24/7. I have found out that if you are honest with yourself and you're honest with your audience, there's a better chance of people just respecting you as a person than just seeing you as a content creator. Because if they just see you, hello, Kitsune, if they just see you as a mouthpiece for their own thoughts, the moment you say something they don't like, they're gonna turn on you like this. You know? Because sometimes people just want to watch someone that says what they're thinking. But that cannot be true 24/7 and 100% of the time. It's just not realistic for one content creator to have your same thoughts 100% of the time. And that's what a lot of people watch different reviewers and game reviewers. You watch this guy because they had the same takes that you did on this game, but then you watch this other game and they didn't have the same takes, so you watch someone else because you just want to hear what you want to hear. And that's completely valid. That's completely like human nature, to just hear things that you want to hear and hear your thoughts voiced by someone else that has a million views and you're like, yeah, I was right. It is what it is. It's what people do. It's what I do. It's what you do. But you have to be honest about it. You have to be upfront about it. I don't understand why being honest about things, it's so hard and it's such a controversial thing to do nowadays. Like, it's problematic to be upfront and self-aware. I don't get it. I generally am baffled about the state of social media at the moment. It's never been a good place, social media. I understand that. I'm not that naive. But it has gone to the point where it's just crazy. Like, the level of delusion and just one track mindedness, and I don't want to have a conversation. I just want to be right. I don't care what you say, but I'm still gonna say my opinion so I can call you a damn whore and you don't know anything. You know what I'm talking about? It's just weird. I'm just a bit awkward too. Like, when I was having some dinner with two friends that work at Bethesda, we're just laughing awkwardly about the work environment. There you go. I don't know. I'm just gonna be who I am until the bitter end, which I hope it's in many, 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 many years from now on. And yeah, that can lead to the whole toxic positive like conversations. No, but that's the thing. The toxic positivity and rage baiting and grifting are two sides of the same fucking coin. And it's like they are all in consensus of this is bad, this is good. But you're not gonna find an echo chamber if you're like going through multiple like content creators to hear what you want to hear. It's been done since forever. You know what I mean? What I don't want is to voice thoughts that are not mine and takes that are not mine on my channel and expect my every single person in my audience to have the same thoughts that I do. That's an echo chamber. If you don't agree with what I say and you think that someone else has a better take, that's good. That's, seek your information, watch more people, watch more perspectives. That's fine. That's healthy. But, expecting me to have your same takes every time and getting angry when I don't, it's not healthy, because it's like you're just projecting. You thought that because I said this one time, this and this, and I 100%, was voicing what you thought at the time, that every single time that I have a conversation, or I have a review, or I make a video about something, you're expecting me to like do it again and again and again. That's completely like unrealistic. Are you tired of men's fixation problem yet? What do you mean? Fixation on me? Or about what? What are you trying to say? I don't know. I'm not trying to be mean or anything. I just want to know exactly what you mean. Because if it's about men just simping or whatever, I'm used to it. I don't encourage it or discourage it. It's just I think it's part of being a woman on the internet that's gonna happen. I don't really care. I feel like I'm very secure in my relationship to care about that. You know what I mean? And my boyfriend is also very secure in his relationship to care about that. And because I don't really encourage it in the sense of like, I don't have an OnlyFans. I don't plan to have an OnlyFans ever. I don't really make a brand out of showing my looks or my body for views or anything like that. Yeah, there's gonna be a day where I'm gonna be dressed more sexy or more, suggestive than others. It's just because that's the day that I wake up and I decide that I want to fucking wear a miniskirt or whatever, because I'm feeling it. Do you think that the issues between millennials and Gen Z is social media? I don't know. I think that it's completely two different generations, and I don't know. Gen Z millennials are not that different. I am a Gen Z, and I could pass perfectly for a millennial. I think Gen Alpha, is it Gen Alpha? Gen X? Gen X? Is it the ones after Z? No, it's Alpha. Provocative is the word. There you go, provocative. Gen Alpha, it's a completely different fucking breed, and I don't know what to make of them. Not that I really interact with children. I don't like them. Millennials and Gen Z are the same fucking people, and I think everyone is fucking crazy on the internet, to be fair. I think the problem about issues in social media, it's just social media. It's insane. Social media is insane. I have never been that active in social media before, prior to me being a content creator, and I miss the days where I just didn't have to be. I have a Patreon, exactly, but I don't post pictures of my asshole on Patreon. You know what I mean? That's what I'm talking about. It's just like, I know exactly what I want for my career as a content creator. And again, I understand that I would be making much more money if I had an OnlyFans, or if I post a picture of my nipple on Patreon, like much more money. But that's not what I want. That's not what I want. And it is what it is. I understand that a lot of people are disappointed that I don't do that, but at the end of the day, it's my life. And I have to think about my future as well. I think a lot of people don't think about that. Like the long-term consequences of your actions, which again, is that not something that people do? Of like, oh, if I do OnlyFans for 5 years, I can make so much money, I'm never gonna have to think about it again. And then I can like give my children a good life. Yeah, but your children are eventually gonna like find out that you had an OnlyFans, and they're gonna see videos of you getting fucked online. I don't know. Is it worth it? I don't think so. And it's just a thing of respect for myself. I am much more prudish than people think that I am. I am very confident in my sexuality and everything. Like, I'm very open about what I'm into, what I'm not into, whatever. Like, I can have conversations. I'm not gonna be like, oh my god, sex, and collect my pearls. Like, I'm not gonna do that. But I'm also much prudish than people think that I am, much more old-fashioned. I don't like online dating, for example. I think it's very weird. I wouldn't be able to do it. If that works for you, that works for you. I don't like sex work. I don't think in 2025 in the 21st century we should even be discussing sex work to begin with, because it is the oldest job in the fucking book, but I don't think it should be a thing nowadays. And yes, OnlyFans is sex work. You are a prostitute because you're selling sex in exchange of money. It is what it is. I'm not gonna classify people that do it because not my circus, not my fucking monkeys. You guys know how the fucking drill goes. But I'm also not gonna support it or like be in favor of it because I don't agree with it. I don't agree with censoring either. You know what I'm talking about? I agree with people doing whatever the fuck they want. I wouldn't do that personally. Yeah, your mom was in OnlyFans and they're just gonna like, the internet is forever, which a lot of people don't understand. The internet is forever. And sure, money is great, but I think there's more to life than money. And I'd rather be poor and content with what I have than just be concerned that my kid is gonna find my nudes or my OnlyFans and whatever. Like, the only fucking nudes that I've ever gonna send are to my husband and my boyfriend, who is gonna be my husband. Because yes, we have talked about getting married and it's happening, so you know what I mean? I don't know. I just feel like a lot of people have lost sight of how relationships work. I don't understand the whole dating around thing, personally. I don't understand, like, oh, I can date you for 5 years, but I'm not gonna marry you. I'm not ready for marriage. I don't know what people think marriage is, but if you're dating someone, that's the same thing as being married. It should be, at least. I don't know. Maybe I'm fucking stupid. I don't know. I know. On topic, on one side, no judging, but also, so it often is shown as something great and positive, basically grooming girls into it. Yeah, and then they realize, like, oh, I'm stuck like this, or people only see me as the OnlyFans girl. Like, Mia Khalifa has that issue of she was a porn star. She tries to do anything else, she can't, because her fucking reputation is absolutely fucking tarnished by the fact that she was a porn star. It is what it is. Did it make her a lot of money? Sure. But now she has an OnlyFans because you cannot break away from that. You cannot expect people to, you know, change their VOV online when your entire blueprint and your entire, like, a trail, like a digital trail, is just that. It is what it is, and it works in every single way. I'm saying about sex work, I'm saying about grifting, I'm saying about chilling. The choices that you make are gonna follow you forever because the internet doesn't forget. So, you know what I mean? And I understand, okay? And honestly, if I had a fucking hot tub, I would put a bikini and I would be like, huh, give me money. But I'm not gonna fucking, I would make it funny, you know what I mean? That would be funny. To get a scuba diver suit and do a fucking hot tub stream. Yeah. I think that's hilarious. And just make it, like, put a turn on it, like, but I don't know. It's just sad. I just think personally that it's sad. I've been married for, like, what, 21, 22 years. That's the dream. That's a long time. In some ways it's easier than dating. It is. I just don't know. Being chronically online is the problem. I always prefer talking to someone in person. That's true as well. That's what I try to, I like my community, and people don't believe me when I say this. I like to keep my community small because I get to know people in my comment section, in my chat. I get to recognize people that have talked to me on chat multiple times. It's much more manageable, and I get to have, like, conversations, which is what I want, and that's why I wanted to become a content creator to begin with. Kat, you're amazing. No, you're amazing. Like Kat I met through Veilguard, and I love her. She's also a content creator, ASMR. Do I do ASMR? No. Have I ever gonna be doing it? No, I'm not gonna do ASMR. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But she's great at it. And I love her as a person. You know? You and I, we have to talk more. Like, we have to become actual friends, Kat. Because, yeah, I like you. That's why I'm a bit more opposite about not judging, because firstly, it's usually an excuse to not doing anything, and secondly, it lets people give away with a lot of, I mean, I don't judge people, but I'm not gonna, like, shill for them either. Make her play Helldivers with us. Yeah, you have to play Helldivers, Darktide. Like, I'm not gonna actively support something that I don't believe in. And I wouldn't do myself. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know. I don't want to tell people what to do either. But I'm not gonna actively be like, oh my god, I'm a feminist. Like, I do believe that women should be doing whatever the fuck they want. Like, we live in the 21st century. But I'm not gonna fucking plug your OnlyFans in my streams if you have one. I'm also not gonna judge you for it. It's not my fucking place to do that. I don't care. To be fair, it's more about that. It's like, I don't care, but I'm also not gonna change my views about something because someone I happen to like does it or whatever the fuck. And they cannot expect me to change my views on something that I don't enjoy or I don't agree with because they're doing it and we talk to each other sometimes. I just don't care. I am much more old-fashioned than people think. I date with marriage in mind. If I'm dating you, I'm gonna marry you. I don't understand the whole like dating around thing because it just doesn't compute in my fucking head. You know what I mean? And I believe in conversations. I believe in being adults. I believe in agreeing to disagree. I don't think what I believe in, it's very controversial. It might be in today's fucking society, which I generally, again, don't understand. Or maybe I'm just I'm an old lady already. But I don't like it. I don't know. I didn't know that being moderate on the internet was such a rare thing to be. I thought people were much more level-headed than they actually are. And I understand a lot of people have like a wrong idea of me, of like, oh, you're right wing, you're this, or you're like a woke bitch or whatever. It's like, dude, you know that you can have different opinions about different topics, you know what I mean? You don't have to be one thing or another. It's legitimately the worst thing about getting big online. It's the loss of connection with your community. However, many content creators have found a way to circumvent that. I'm trying. I mean, I'm not a big content creator at all, but I am trying to keep a level head and be grounded in my interactions with people. I don't want people to be like, who does she think she is? Because I don't think about myself in any sort of way, and I don't want to. I don't want to be a big streamer. Yeah. And people don't believe me when I say that, but I generally don't want to. It's not fun. I have had a taste of it, and I have a taste of it every time that I talk about a controversial topic and people like come to me and then I have like 500 people in chat. I don't want that. Make it 20 people. Make it 10, actually. I'm okay with that. I generally am. So no, thank you, but no. I care a bit more because people really try to convince me as a male into liking it. I'm sick of it. So sorry if I have a schlong that I should be using every half-naked moment on the internet. And that's because it's the form. Like, that's the thing. And that's the problem with today's society. It's like, okay, so you as a woman are preaching that OnlyFans, it's work. Sex work is work. Okay. But then you're upset that men only see women as sex, as boobs embodied hole and vagina. And it's like, but you are actively like working for that to be a thing. You selling yourself online, it's making men think less of you as a person. So those two are related. You know what I mean? So that's what I don't understand. And it's the same thing with men on the other side of like, oh, women have to bring something to the table. Women are just, holes and whatever. And they are doing that, but they're also, hey, like, oh, why does she have an OnlyFans? If you have no OnlyFans, you have no value as a woman, but you're also actively contributing to women being sex workers because you always see them as holes to fuck. So it's this absolute like fucking like snake biting its tail. And it's in every aspect of social media. Again, the grifting and the shilling, same fucking thing. You go so far one side, you come right back the other one. And people, just the amount of blindness that people have to this, like the lack of self-awareness, it's very concerning. Very concerning. And again, I know that as a content creator, it is in my best interest to make my audience think what I want them to think and have my same opinions to the T, because it's what makes me money and is what gets me engagement. But I'm just not comfortable with it. I've never been comfortable with it. I am a very laid back person in that regard of like, I genuinely don't care. I'm not a better than thou person where I'm like standing in the high ground, like morally speaking. I don't think myself better than anyone else. I don't think I'm a better person than someone else because I don't do OnlyFans and they do, or whatever, or I'm gonna get married and you haven't gotten married. No, but I am very detached from people in that sense of like, I genuinely don't care about what you do with your life, what you do and what you don't do with it. I don't care what you preach on your podcast, and I don't care what you do, you know, what shorts of your OnlyFans content you post on Twitter. I generally don't give a shit because it doesn't concern me at all. I mean, it concerns me a little bit when people start like asking like, oh, when are you gonna do an OnlyFans? When are you gonna open an OnlyFans? Like, never. And people don't believe me. I post pictures of me like getting, like trying clothes on, and oh, she's gonna open an OnlyFans. It's like, okay, what is going on? And it's just, it's interesting to say the least, but it doesn't really offend me in any way because I am very grounded. I understand where I stand. But that's the thing, I don't want to do OnlyFans. It's not like a moral thing that it's keeping me from doing it, or like, oh, what if I don't get any people to watch me? Or, oh, I could make an OnlyFans and make money off of it. I could. I just don't think it's respectful to me or to my partner, to my boyfriend. That's my opinion. I wouldn't be comfortable making. It's not that I maybe not. Like, well, I know that I could do it right now. I could open one right now, but it's just like not something I want to do. That would make me a cock, honey. I would be making content with you in it, but I just don't like it. It's nice to look hot and stuff, but OnlyFans feels like too much. That's the thing as well. Like, I feel like Kat also, Kat has to deal with this much more than I do because she does ASMR. And she does ASMR. She doesn't do OnlyFans. She does ASMR. But I bet there's a lot of people that are like, oh, what if you do this? Can I pay you to whisper this and this to me? And I don't know what Kat does or doesn't do. But, you know, it's just like, can I just do my thing on the internet? And can I look hot doing it without people thinking that I'm this close of becoming a prostitute? Maybe. You know? Do you know what I'm talking about? Like, I think it would be fun to do a pool stream. I know that it would, like, get a lot of unwanted attention, but I think it would be funny. But that doesn't mean that I'm gonna make every single stream a hot bath, or like a hot tub stream or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? I just feel like it's very limiting. Like, oh, if I do this. So I just don't let people limit what I do. You know what I mean? If I want to take a picture of me looking hot and post it on the internet because I'm feeling myself, I'm gonna do it. And I don't care if people think that I'm using my looks to get views or to get engagement. I just happen to like the way I look and take pictures. If I want to like take a video of me trying like a haul of clothes that I just got and post it on the internet, whatever. But if people think like, oh, she's just gonna like, you know, it's a thirst trap. Bro, if you find me attractive, that's not something I can help or I can stop. I look like this every day. It doesn't matter if I wear like a fucking miniskirt or I wear like, you know, I'm covered from ankles to neck. It's the body that I have. And if you like it, that's sorry, but I exist in this body. And that body, sometimes I take a picture and I post it online. It is what it is. You would make a funny hot tub stream, I'm sure. I'm telling you right now, when I move to America, I'm gonna get a weekend or something, and I'm gonna go to your house, and we're gonna rent a pool, and we're gonna have fun. We're gonna get fucking scuba dive suits and and toys that we're gonna, not sexual toys by the way, but like fucking duckies and whatever, and we're gonna make it fun. I don't know, I think it's funny, like variety shit. But no, because we happen to be semi-attractive on the internet, it's, oh my god, oh no, they're this close to opening OnlyFans. It's just having fun. Kat cannot help that she's pretty. I cannot help that some people find me attractive. I cannot help that. It is what it is. But I'm not gonna limit myself and stop doing things because, oh my god, you know what will make me money? To show my face in every video that I put out. But I'm lazy. I'm fucking lazy. I'm telling you right now, if Kat and I have to actually start a podcast, I'm gonna get Kat to like stream with me. Like, we have to do that actually. Like, get together for a stream and talk to each other about things like this. I think we'll be very interested. Like, like what it's like to be a female streamer, like a content creator that doesn't really do sex work. I think that would be funny. Yeah, I understand that it's, if you have to pick between a pretty woman to look at on the internet and a fat, balding man, my heart goes to you if you're fat and balding. I love you. But you know what I'm talking about. I do that as well. If I'd rather look at Kat doing ASMR than someone else doing ASMR because I find Kat pretty. It is what it is. I understand. And my mother, and I wish that I was joking. A lot of people think that I'm lying. My mom was the one that said, hey, get a webcam. If you want to make like a living out of like content, like get a webcam and people will like, watch you more because it's just easier. It's better to, it's the same thing with like video games. You play as a hot woman because it feels nicer to just like watch someone pretty doing things in a video game than someone that looks just like you be a fucking elf on an RPG. You guys are fine. Being fat and bald, and it's fine. I'm gonna be fat and old someday, so whatever. It looks are subjective. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't like me. I don't care. But it's the truth. I don't know. Everything is it's subjective, isn't it? How about making a Patreon reward as an early access to the podcast I made? Maybe. Again, I don't want to make everything behind a paywall. I want to do some behind the scenes things for Patreon because I just feel like I neglect people there. Sorry if you're a patron. I love you. I love everything you do for me. But it's really hard to like make content for everything. The days when I was a PNG tuber and then I was a VTuber. And yeah, I've been everything. I've had a lot of experiences in my life, okay? Just to get comfy making money. Some people want to see you make bank. Sure, but I have to be comfortable making bank. You know what I mean? I'll be a VTuber. You want to be a VTuber? I was a VTuber. Yeah. At the beginning, I was. Yes. I bet if we can ask Dai to send me the pictures of the model that I did back then, I'll make a VTuber stream one day. We could do like a redeem. I'll make a stream just me as a VTuber from time to time. That's funny. It's fun. You can be whatever the fuck you want. Some people choose to be children, which is a little bit weird to me. But hey, no my circles, no my monkeys. But yeah, I do want to have like like talk to Kat on a stream. And off stream, obviously. I want to be friends with Kat. I'm going to DM you after this. We're just going to have a talk. I don't know. And again, that's, the relationships that I want. I want to like talk to people that I like. Controversial, I know, but I just want to make connections with people that I enjoy talking to. And if I want to like make content with someone, I want to make content with people that I actually genuinely like as people. I don't have the VTuber model. They're very easy to make, and you can make them for free, by the way. I'm making a VTuber model with massive... I would have massive tits as a VTuber. Hell yeah. Because mine are not that big in real life, so yes. Like, why make your VTuber, like, make them hot? They're so expensive. A lot of people make VTuber things, and they spend so much money in the model. And then, you know, Rev Des isn't Rev like a man? I'm surprised that a lot of people watch him, because a lot of people that watch him are completely like anti-gay, anti-woke, anti-whatever, and they just watch it like a lolly with a man's voice. He's funny. I like some of his takes. Not all of them, but some of his takes. Yeah, I don't know. What our stream has been today, we have talked about stupid shit. I always talk about whatever the fuck I want. And I, you know, we girls without boobs will be crying here in the corner. Bro, I don't have a lot of, you have seen my tits. They're normal. They're average, you know what I mean? It is what it is. So is my ass. It's average. I'm an average girl. Oh no. They're huge. Motherfucker, you have never seen boobs up close ever in your entire life. If I don't have to wear a bra, they're not huge. And I don't wear a bra. Because it's irrelevant. It's pointless. The gravity doesn't do anything to these. They stay up. Yeah, Rev's a man that uses a lolly VTuber. Good for him. It gets him a lot of engagement. It's funny to watch. Like they're like fucking vampire lolly. Like, I'm gonna do that, but I'm gonna be a buff man. I'm gonna be the opposite. And sometimes I like watching VTubers. They're generally like very funny. There's like these sisters. They're twin sisters. And they're called like what? Like Fuwawa and something else. And they go like bow bow. And I love them. They're so funny. Fuwamoko, they're so incredibly funny. Can I watch something? Let's completely like go into VTuber mode right now. Your body's voluptuous. Girl, take me to dinner. Fuwamoko are absolutely fucking hilarious, dude. I get them on my TikTok For You page from time to time, and they're absolutely crazy. They're from Hololive. They're insane. Sure, that's 30 minutes. They go in sync all the time, which is super creepy. It's probably gonna be pretty loud. Oh no, it's not, because it's fucking... You can never understand what they're saying. It's just the vibes, okay? When is the next video coming out? Probably tomorrow. They go bow bow bow. I love them. They're so funny, dude. They're actually fucking hilarious. I'm gonna change we're just gonna watch videos. What do you guys think? I feel like it's a comfy stream. So like I got the controversies out of the way, you know what I mean? And now we're just gonna watch some... I don't watch Hololive, by the way. I only get like glimpses of. Let's do a comfy stream today. My comfy streams tend to be longer as well, so you're gonna see me do absolutely nothing for another 2 hours most likely. But they're really funny. I really find them funny.
Make it through 1,000 rooms!
1,000 rooms! They're funny, man. And one of them has huge boobs, because in real life, one twin has massive badongadongs and the other one doesn't. How creepy is that?
Violence. Extreme violence.
What is this? Like, I understand. When it's something like this, I understand why people watch VTubers. I cannot be mad at this. Like, they're not even using their own fucking face. It doesn't matter. They're funny, dude.
Yes, Miyuguchi-senpai. So, once the cage fills up, then I can attack.
Violence!
No.
No?
Please don't be out here.
How? How do they do that? How? There has to be other stuff with like, they're funny. They're insane. Like, generally crazy. Which I enjoy. I enjoy deranged people. You know what I mean? I used to be a VTuber. I used to. I find them really, really cute as well. They're probably like older than me.
I'm Fuwawa. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, bro, my name is Ara. I used to do the Ara all the fucking time. I was an expert at that, okay?
I'm Mokoko.
Mokoko and Fuwawa.
Where?
Fumoko. I find them really cute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Robin, you have to tell us something, okay?
I just get it. Do you understand? Like, I get the appeal. Can we talk about VTubers real quick? Like, I feel like there's a lot of controversy around VTubers, but the thing is, they're actually entertaining. They're popular because they're entertaining. You know what I don't understand? Just chatting streamers, which is really funny because I've been just chatting for like, what, 3 hours? But can we watch? Should I even do this? I kind of want to watch like a Pokimane stream or a Valkyrie stream because I don't get it. Like, these bitches, they look funny and, you know, but I don't understand what the appeal is. And people that like them probably are gonna kill me or whatever, but I don't get it. Like, for example, this. What is this? Pokimane reacts. This is gonna be a react to a react to a react. She's reacting to a music video.
The
You
love
can turn-
Jenny and I.
Oh, you can turn the subtitles on,
Hi.
guys.
I'm sorry. Is this what they do? I don't know. I'm asking because I don't know. I'm genuinely confused. Obviously, they're doing it with, oh, hello, to massive success, which good for you, honestly. Like, I wish I could just like sit in my room and watch someone else's content and make bank, but I just don't get it. VTubers, I understand because they're entertaining at the end of the day. They look good, like they invested money in how their model looks, and they're just entertaining. But I don't get like just chatting streamers. I don't understand what people get of that because it's not like you can even chat with them. And I feel like they're so removed from reality. Like they don't live in the same realm that most people do. Then when they're talking about their life experiences, you cannot even relate to them as people. So I generally don't get it. I mean, they're influencers for a reason, but I don't know. I think it's what Kat says, like they started really early and they became influencers. Like they're not streamers anymore, they're influencers, and now anything they do makes them money. It's just weird. I believe it's because they've been on the platform for so long and they have a fat ass. I don't think Pokimane has a fat ass. I don't know. VTubers use chat streams are actually interesting. Yeah, like it's a performance, isn't it? With VTubers. Like they are playing a character. And everyone knows they're playing a character. And everyone knows they're like amping it up to the cameras and this and that. But for just chatting streamers, it's just like they're just talking about how they met Beyonce the other day. And that's completely detached from reality. I understand the appeal of react videos. I just don't have a very high opinion of them. I see it as low effort content. I mean, yeah. If you make your entire content about reacting to someone else's product, it's kind of weird. Yeah. I feel like there has to be, I mean, I'm the type of bitch that is capable of watching a 2-minute video and talking about it for like 2 hours. I can do that because I just love to yap. But just sitting there looking pretty, making money off someone else's content is kind of like, who did that? Sniper Wolf did that. Still does it. Yeah, VTubers are high energy. They're actually like actively in projects. I feel like they're always doing something. I know Fuwamoko was in like this huge Japanese, like I think it was like English speaking in Japanese, like GTA server, like role playing server. They're always doing something. They're doing like singing competitions and this and that, and they're actively putting out content, and it's all very high quality for the most part. Like they're like in these groups where they have access to money and whatever, and they make they invest in their projects and this and that. But then you compare that to, you know, just chatting streamers, and I'm like, that's, I don't understand. I don't understand. Because I think they do will get them views, they don't care anymore. They don't. And then they retire, and then that's that. Bye-bye, nerdy. Fuwamoka reminds me of those memes about my last prince I keep saying. Yeah, it's just... I didn't know Sniper Wolf's still alive. She is still alive, and she's very much still doing content. So, Sniper Wolf, I think, faked her gameplay too. Not surprised. Yeah, I think at some point it's just like, you're just running on. You've been doing it for so long, and you've been one of the first people to do that type of content, that you can just make a living off of that forever, which good for them, honestly. I wish I did this like 10 years ago. I could be living off my fucking, you know, reputation alone for the rest of my life. But I don't know, I think it's interesting. I think VTubers get a little more, like, I don't know, like hate than they deserve. I understand that some of them are problematic, and it is what it is. At the end of the day, they're human beings, and not all of them are going to be good people. And sometimes they're just, you know, sexualizing minors for no reason. Like they're models children, and they do very not cool stuff cosplaying as children. But most of them are just deranged people, unhinged people that like screaming on the internet, and they're funny. So yeah, it's sad that VTubers get so much hate whenever they appear in mainstream media. Yeah, I think it's a stereotype thing for sure. Same thing with like fairies or whatever. Like someone does one bad thing, and it just completely ruins it for everyone else. It makes everyone very skeptical to that type of content. Again, it's not something that I enjoy personally, not something that I seek out. I like long-term content, like long-form content. I love Queso a lot. I found him recently. I haven't even been watching him for like half a year at this point. I've been watching for like 2 or 3 months. I love long-form content, and I'm talking about 1, 2, 3 hours of videos. I will watch those because I watch them when I go to bed, and I watch them, you know, to like relax and whatever. But I also love like miniature painting, and I love body cam videos. So my interests are very varied, and I just don't have I like chill content. Content that I can sleep to. It's my brand. You know what I mean? Maybe I have to get into ASMR. I'm gonna watch cats videos to go to sleep. I don't know. Yeah, I think Queso is like not my role model, but I feel like he's doing his thing. He's chilling, being his true self, being weird on the internet. And I feel like that's something I can relate to. Like, I just want to do my own thing and not be... But again, I'm not going to do what Queso does to expect to get his level of success, because it's just ridiculous to do that. I don't know. I feel like people need to find their niche on the internet. I don't think I have one. I think my niche is that I am unpredictable, and I do whatever the fuck I want to do, and I don't really care, which people enjoy that. People like that. People like honesty. And I think I can do that pretty well. So that's my thing that I do. But yeah, I don't want to be a VTuber. I don't want to be a just chatting streamer. I don't want to be a gaming thing. I just want to do whatever the fuck I want to do, to be very fair with you. There was also a new Exodus thing that I wanted to watch. Like, I think you can see who I am as a person in my recommended. Like, Papa Mead, I love Papa Mead. There you go. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I love gossiping, like, YouTubers. Body games, Queso. Like, miniatures and model making. Anything Warhammer, honestly. I don't know. I just feel like this is what I enjoy. Stupid stuff. Long form. He does a really long video game. Just come out with a 6.5 hour on Dragon Age. Noah Caldwell. Noah Caldwell. He's fucking rat name. Ooh. Subscribed. I enjoy. I am very direct. I don't always agree with all his takes, but I do think he's an intelligent guy. Exactly. Okay, we'll watch Warhammer lore. Do you guys want to watch Warhammer lore? I'm gonna pee first. We can do that. Just wanna watch some Warhammer. Ooh, with animations. We can watch one of those. Listen to 9-hour long Warhammer lore videos to sleep. Can you please react to Stardust 2 trailer? I have watched it, but we can watch it again. We can switch to Warhammer 2 if you guys want to see that. I see the Legend of Avantri short. Yeah, I like D&D as well. I don't like this. Should I start doing that for my... for my videos? Hey, okay, I'm gonna pee. I'll be right back, okay? Hello? God damn. I muted myself like 3 times. Hello. Let's do Warhammer. Honestly, yeah. Welcome to my streams where I do whatever the fuck I want. As usual. I know that there's a guy that people have recommended to me. Do you wash your hands? No. Obviously not. We can watch the Astartes 2 again, and then we can do... No. Stinky, damn right. I peed in my hands. Like this. Amazing. I watched the Astartes video multiple times. Again, I don't know. Happy times on Newton, friends. I hope we're all having a great whatever it is, whatever we might be. I think we're having a pretty good day today. Blark, how are you doing? This is a masterpiece, this fucking video, honestly. A lot of things that I don't know. Amy, you're abandoning me for cat? I will allow it. I like cat too. Oh. God. I cannot wait, honestly. And we're gonna get orcs as well. Oh. Beautiful. Beautiful. I wish they did more long form animations for Warhammer. I think it's the way to do it. God. I'm really excited about this. Ooh. I don't know what my life was before Warhammer, to be very fair with you. Beautiful. Beautiful. To be very, very honest with you, I don't know what I was doing before I found out about Warhammer 40k specifically. I want to get into fantasy, but I feel like I have to get it first into other stuff. Like, first into the sci-fi version. My friend wants me to get into Warhammer, but it's so overwhelming, I don't know how to start. Watch my videos. Hello! We are doing pretty well. We're having a comfy stream today after talking briefly about the controversies of the week, which I don't want to make a fucking habit of doing that. I simply don't give a shit. But yeah, now we're like switching to Warhammer 40k. We're going to be talking about... we're going to be hearing people that know much better their fucking lore than I do. Yeah, they're talking about the Reckons and whatever. Ooh. Slanesh. There's so much. There's so much content. It's kind of insane. Are you gonna watch the first stories, or you have already watched it? You guys want to watch it? I can watch it 3,000 times if you want me to. The first stories? Yeah, let's watch it. I don't care. I don't care. Again, this is from the person that did Astartes 2, obviously, did Astartes 1. Astartes 1 is a fun made animation made by just one guy, and it got so popular in the Warhammer community that Games Workshop hired this man and tried to take Astartes from the internet, but the internet is forever, obviously. Warhammer is thick with lore, and there's so many retcons and so much shit that comes up like with every single book and every single game and every single everything that it's impossible to just, you know. I was born the same year as Warhammer 40k. Oh, I think not, Emperor. Ooh. It's stunning. The fact that one person did this, it's mind-blowing to me. And we thought that we were never gonna see anything from these men ever again, and we're getting Astartes too. I just hope they keep pumping out content, to be fair with you. Games, books, I need animations, I need TV shows. Movies, please. God. Stunning. I would recommend you guys to read the books. Again, I know I'm very annoying with that. And I might make reviews about the books to get you guys to get more interested in it. There's audiobooks that are beautifully narrated. God. Insane. And the Warhammer universe is so... It's... A lot of it is the blueprint for a lot of things that we enjoy, like Fallout and Helldivers and stuff like that. Astartes, the first one, it's completely like fan made. It's a fan fiction basically, but it's beautiful. Oh god, it's stunning. Are they fighting the Tau? No. They're fighting heretics in this one. But the factions are basically man-made. Like this chapter is man-made. The enemies they're fighting are man-made, like fan-made. They're like it's fan fiction basically. I think they made this chapter of Space Marines canon now because they became so popular. But this is completely like... I know nothing about Warhammer, I just love the violence. It is beautiful. That's the thing with Warhammer. In, you know, in the grim darkness of the future, there's only war, and it's true. Yeah, the Retributors are canon now. Oh. I would recommend watching the secret level episode on Warhammer as well. It's stunning. If Amazon wouldn't like send me a cease and desist, I would watch it with you live as well. Can I make a request for you to play a Steam game? What is it? Yeah. 3 months already, Monster. Damn. Jesus Christ. Beautiful. It's just beautiful. It makes me want to play Dark Tide. You're gonna want to play Dark Tide. They're going to start saying Warhammer fans are homophobes. Yeah, I'm gonna say that. That would make me a homophobe. Spermination? What the fuck is that? Sounds rad. $1? What is it about? Oh, I love that. I'm gonna start like a campaign saying how much, you know, Warhammer it's affecting the youth and making them into violent monsters. See how many views that gets me. Space Marines 2, I don't have it installed. I love Space Marines 2 as well. Who are those fox psychers? Enemy psychers. Beautiful. God. What does your shirt say? The truth. Oh, God. Stunning. And they don't stop. I love how... Because you can see this in the new Space Marines, like the official Space Marines do, like, episode in Secret Level, where Space Marines are war machines. They don't stop. And the fact that the one guy, just that was a fan of Warhammer 40k, was able to translate that into animation, it's insane. Don't come crying to your audience the next time they walk left try to cancel you. That's never happened. And you can only get canceled if you allow yourself to be canceled. Also, who goes crying to you specifically, aside from your mom? Not me, brother. What the fuck are you on about? I am very capable of fighting my own battles, thank you. And yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, only the weak get cancelled. You only get cancelled if you want to, not me. And if you expect me to, like, no, first of all, if you expect me to, like, again, we had an entire conversation about this. I'm not gonna parrot the same fucking takes the 3 YouTubers you jerk off to say just because it gets them your view. I'm sorry, I'm gonna speak my truth, and if you don't like it, you don't like it. It is what it is. Funny how that works, how people can have different opinions about different subjects, and not everything can be judged by the same standards every time, because it simply doesn't work like that, but you know what I mean. Do you think Henry Cavill's gonna do Warhammer justice with the live action? I think it's very hard to do Warhammer 40k, especially justice with live action, to be very fair. I think it's so unrealistic that the only way for it to like translate into visual media, it's through animation. I think this type of animation and the shorts, like the short episodes you're doing in Warhammer TV, work the best because everything has a cohesive look. The Space Marines especially, because I think on top of that, he's gonna make, I mean, you have to show Space Marines in Warhammer 40k. It is what it is. But first of all, I'm really concerned because it's really hard to make a good show about established franchise for new people, to introduce to a new audience, someone that it's not familiar with the franchise. It happened with World of Warcraft, with that crappy movie they put out. It's really hard because there's a lot of lore and a lot of content that you have to kind of be familiar with beforehand before you jump into a book or this or that. Yeah, I'm gonna play Kingdom Come Deliverance and I'm gonna make Henry get on his Nixon second stick. What haven't you... what do you understand? I'm gonna be doing that. And yeah, it's hard to do that. And I think it's gonna be very hard to translate that look of bigger than life people, which are the Astartes, into realistic visuals. You know what I'm talking about? And it's a very fine balance here because everything in Warhammer is bigger than life itself, and it has a certain look. It's so good you don't even want to play it. Yeah, I want to finish the first one, you dumb fuck. It's almost like, unlike the people you simp for, I don't chase trends, and I play games when I want to play them. And I don't play games out of spite or to own people or to prove I'm right. I play games because I want to play them. And you let other people think for you because you don't have an individual thought to save your life. So there's that. So shut the fuck up. I don't speak with retards. It is what it is, okay? And yeah, come at me when you have one thought that it's your own. And then you come back to here. Like, we don't speak with retards. The first game is too homophobic, yes, except it has gay people in it. It has a priest fucking another man in it. You would know that if you actually play the game, but you don't actually play the games that you hate. You just jump on the bandwagon because it makes you feel big and it makes you feel manly. But you're not. You cannot be something you're never have been, a man. It is what it is. And if gay people make you feel uncomfortable and kind of like icky inside, maybe it's time to get a hard look in the mirror and, you know, delete your search history because, you know what I mean? Maybe someone is not as manly and straight as he thinks he is. If the idea of like seeing someone else's dick makes you uncomfortable, because I don't think a straight man care about gay people. You know what I'm talking about? They don't. It's really funny. That's my comment section. Like, it's the same takes all the time. But was he straight in the first one? I can tell you with like deadly accuracy what they're gonna say. Would you be mad? Like, wouldn't you be upset if Geralt turns out to be gay in The Witcher 3? But that one social media manager said in YouTube that he was straight. Oh my god. And then they sent the same screenshot. It's not even a screenshot that they took, it's a screenshot that someone else took. And they save it in their phones. And then they send it to people that don't care. And then there's like the, what else? Like, oh, but they changed the lore, and now there was no gay people and black people in Bohemia in the 1400s, but there was. So they're just liars. Is the underlying issue that they don't understand that reality and fiction are completely different things, which is insane to me. Like, the delusion is crazy in these people. It's really funny. Again, Warhammer 40k live action, I am skeptical about it. I do believe that it's in good hands if Henry Cavill is doing it because he knows what he's doing. I think it's gonna be very hard to like try to market it for people that don't know what Warhammer 40k is. I hope that they don't do that. I hope they just like do it for the people that like it, and you know, let the market decide as usual. Hopefully. I hope they don't pull a World of Warcraft with it. Hopefully. And I don't know how it's gonna look. I think CGI nowadays, it doesn't matter how much money they put into CGI, it looks very fake. I hope they use a lot of practical effects if they can. I know it's hard, but it's Amazon money. So hopefully they can do like a nice blend of CGI enhancing what it's already there, you know, like what's practical there. Otherwise it's gonna look very weird. But I hope that, you know, I want more content about Warhammer, honestly. Complain about the one black traveling merchant in 1400s Europe, but not about Marco Polo in 1200s China. It's okay. I'm telling you, that's my entire like reply. Like, I can tell you with accuracy what they're gonna say. It is what it is. And it's all about them feeling betrayed, because it's what I told you before. It's people like that saw one of my Veligard videos and they thought to themselves, oh, they are as hateful as I am. They are really, like, she is as upset about gay people and black people in video games as I am. And it's like, okay, that's not true at all. And just because you project this image of myself and you have this version of myself in your head doesn't mean that it's true. So it is what it is. They just don't put enough effort into CGI. I used to compare T2 to modern movies with CGI, and it shines a lot of them. Movies from 1991, first ever with CGI, looks amazing. Yeah, because they oh my god, my stomach is growling. The CGI wasn't all there. Like, the technology wasn't there back then. So they had to work in tandem with practical effects. Like, they were forced to think outside the box. And the problem nowadays is like they have all these resources and tools to their disposal, and somehow they make it bad. Like, they make it worse, and it costs so much money to like put CGI in movies nowadays. So I don't understand how you're gonna make it look that bad. Something I find crazy is that I've seen the extent of the gay option in Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and it is optional. Thank you. And people freaking out about something so niche to reaches funny to me. Besides, I believe Henry's canon love interest remains a lady. Yeah. I don't know. It's all about controversy and money, obviously. And it's about being on the right side of history, which there's no right side of history. And history is written by the people that win, you know? And winning in this war, which is not a war, because that's the thing. People are just delusional. Like, calling this a culture war or whatever, when it's just pixels on a screen, and at the end of the day we're never going to be in agreement on what makes a game good and what makes it bad, because we all have preferences and we all have likes and dislikes, and we all have individual thoughts, whether they believe it or not, or whether they, you know, it is what it is. But I don't get it. I hope that people get common sense. That's what I want at the end of this. I would rather people collectively awaken and get common sense than, than just fight invisible battles because it's never gonna end. You know what I mean? It's never gonna end. People are just gonna find the next thing to get mad about. Veilguard was an example of everything wrong with the DEI policies in companies, and that opened a door to conversations, but people took that and ran away with it. Like, people still think to this day that, because the problem, that's the problem, right? Like with the entire like conversation with like Veilguard and About and this and that, is like, oh, if it has pronouns, it's woke, and if it's woke, it's the devil, and it's bad, and we should be upset about this, we should be mad about this, we should be, you know, we don't like this is bad, this is hateful. And it's like, okay, who told you that though? Because Baldur's Gate is right there, and it's proof that you can have pronouns in a game, and you can have this and that, and the overall game, it's good. Thank you for the follow. But Veilguard took that, right, and said, okay, this can make money. And instead of like putting actual effort into the end product and making it good, so that representation is seamless and it doesn't really affect anyone, it doesn't matter, and it makes it more agreeable. Because at the end of the day, we live in a society, and we're gonna be exposed to things that we're not comfortable with. Like, there's gonna be conversations that we're not comfortable having, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. Instead of like making it more seamless and more natural, which Baldur's Gate 3 did, they took that and ran away with it of like, oh, pandering to a minority is gonna make us so much money. Like, they ate it up with Baldur's Gate 3, and Baldur's Gate 3 became Game of the Year. If we amp the ante, we are gonna be Game of the Year, and we're gonna make so much money. They completely lost the plot of, to be able to make such moves in video games, you have to be able to make a good product to begin with. Like, the base product has to be solid for you to add on top of that. You cannot cut corners and take away from the foundation, because if you keep piling shit on top of that, it's gonna crumble, which is what happened with Veilguard. You cannot, like, because it's what happened. Like, the lore was established, they had an amazing world, they had amazing characters, amazing magic system, amazing this, amazing that, and instead of taking that and adding on top of that and doing a gradual, like, you know, introduction to things, which still would have been fucking stupid, because obviously there's things in that game, like the non-binary and the trans surgery scars, that simply doesn't work in the world, because guess what, there's magic. So why would there be scars to begin with when they can just like, and there's blood magic, but then blood magic is bad, so they cannot use blood magic to head the is that guy still here? Let's fucking ban him. Where is he? Don't fucking, these people thrives in attention. I blocked him so I cannot see his messages. Is it on Twitch? Bye bye. Any last words? Don't talk to him. He's jerking off right now because he likes the fucking attention. Yeah, like, it's completely like different things, honestly, obviously. Not that I have to explain it, because most of you have brain cells that you guys use and you can reach your own conclusions on your own. Teddy, are you there? I don't know if Teddy is here. I don't know if I have a mod here, so we can just fucking ban the guy. Did someone ban him? It's done, thank you. I had to fucking log in my computer and whatever. But, you know, I feel like that's obviously common sense of one thing is not like the other. That's the problem with people like this, is like, oh, but you said this about this. Why is it okay in that? Because it's not the same. And I wasn't mad. That's what a lot of people don't understand it. Like, I wasn't mad about trans representation in video games. or what else? Like, oh, top surgery scars. I'm upset that you detract from something, you subtract things from a very good plot and a very good foundation to suit a narrative and a very obviously political agenda, because it is what it is. It's the writing is on the wall, obviously. And if I had made my entire critique, which is what a lot of people don't understand, like I get, and I've been talking about this entire stream, controversy sells. And talking about how icky top surgery scars are in a video game and how delusional like trans people are sells and gets click and gets views. And I did mention like, hey, this doesn't make any sense, but not because I think trans people should die or we should never see a trans person in a game ever, because people that dressed, cross-dressed, and thought they were men or thought they were women when that wasn't the case, or they were not born as such, has been happening since time immemorial as well. It is what it is. But it's when you put like modern day terminologies and thoughts and agendas and politics and ideologies into a medium that it's completely detached from reality. It's not speaking about a modern day tale, or it's another retelling of reality, which sometimes, in a horror game, it's reality. It's, the world that you're like used to, but then it has fantasy aspects to it, or like, supernatural elements to it. But with fantasy and sci-fi, they're completely removed from reality. So you cannot add modern day terminology and ideologies to it, because it completely takes the player away from the media that they're trying to enjoy. And that's exactly what Veilguard did. It didn't add to it, it subtracted, which is such a simple fucking concept to understand. A lot of people just don't get it. And the opposite of that is fucking Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. And again, oh, you don't care. It's not about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. When I, talk about Kingdom Come, it's because it's the most recent example of why one thing is not the same as the other. And you cannot judge two titles by the same parameters, because it just simply doesn't fucking work like that. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, whether people just want to twist the truth to suit their narrative, which that's your fucking right, you can do that, but I'm not gonna sit here and believe that or like agree with you just to get views, because I don't want to do that. But Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it's an action RPG. It is what it is. I don't care if you fucking want to say that it's an action game with RPG-like elements. The RPG is very predominant in Kingdom Come, okay? And people play it because you can do whatever the fuck you want. Same thing with Baldur's Gate 3. It had woke aspects. Sure, woke, it's the word of the fucking week, the month, the year, whatever. Sure. But you cannot expect to sanitize everything to suit your liking, because it's exactly what other people were doing. You cannot expect to see less black people and less gay people in video games, while the other side wants more black people and more gay people, because you're asking the same thing. It's the same thing, which I don't understand. And who a lot of people that I talk to agree with me, and a lot of other content creators think that the boomers, man. And I'm not saying boomer in a despective way, but old people in their late 40s, 50s, 60s even, are completely baffled by today's culture war. Which is insane. And it just goes to show that it's a sign of the times. You know what I mean? Because people that are not that active on social media, or back in the day when they were like playing games, social media was not even a thought in someone's head. They have been, playing games with woke aspects, which back in the day was just called reality, which is what it is now, because I feel like woke is a very specific thing for me. Woke means injecting like ideology and agenda and politics where it doesn't belong. That's woke for me. A gay character in an RPG is not woke. A black character in a game is not woke to me. So I always, you had to like grab it with, it's not woke to me. You know what I mean? Because it works. If it doesn't work, it's woke. If every 2 seconds the character is asking about how hard they have it because they're a black woman and how, they're a minority and no one likes them and how racist the world is and how evil white people are, that's woke. But if it's just a black character being a fucking character, a good character on top of that, it's just a game. It's just media. It's just reality. We live in a society, and as a content creator myself and as a writer, your reality bleeds into what you create. It is what it is. And the media, even if it's created by someone else, it's gonna reflect life because it is what it is. But when you take that and you turn it on its head and then you on purpose try to represent a reality that doesn't exist, the reality that you want it to be true, then that's woke. It is. You know what I mean? We live in a society and that's the reality of it. And at the end of the day, we all want to see a little bit of ourselves in the media that we consume, but it's unrealistic to try to see yourself in every single movie and TV show and game and book and this and that that you consume. Is just unrealistic. Okay, it is stupid. I cannot expect every single book, movie, TV show, game to have a female-led protagonist, because it's not realistic. And it shouldn't be. Like, I shouldn't expect to see someone that looks like me in everything. That's why I like RPGs, especially, because I can make whatever the fuck I want, and I can make bad bitches and female characters that kick ass because I can roleplay as such. But I cannot play Halo or The Witcher and expect to be able to change the gender of Master Chief or Geralt, because it's not realistic and it's not needed. I don't want to consume, Warhammer 40k content, and I don't want to expect the Astartes to be women. Because why would I don't care. Sometimes you have to just take things for what they are and enjoy them for what they are. I know, controversial take. I understand wanting to criticize things and wanting to make things better. Okay? But you cannot just try to make things better for you or for a group of people that think like you, because it's just not achievable. It's not realistic. We all have to agree that you have to push and you have to retreat at some point, because it's just how life works. No one is ever gonna bend over backwards to suit what you want. And if you want to see something in media that is exactly what you want to see, you have to make it yourself. And it is what it is. Okay? I think we can all agree that DEI is bad. Even people that are represented, most of them, people with fucking brain cells, agrees that injecting DEI into media, it's not sustainable, because the representation, it's absolutely virtual signaling. It doesn't really represent anyone. No one feels represented in Assassin's Creed shadows. Black people don't like that. I would know. I've talked to Kata, I've talked to Atreus. They don't like that. They don't like the new Captain America because it's just pandering and it's obvious, and no one wants to be talked down to, and no one wants to be lectured. Okay? We don't consume media, entertainment to be lectured, to be in a classroom and being talked down to by the teacher. Okay? No, we can all agree on that, I feel like. But we also have to agree that extremes don't get anything done. And every single day, people get more and more extremist in their views, thinking that, oh, because you got an inch, now the war is won. Which is stupid. Again, I feel like calling it a war. It's absolutely delusional and retarded. Like, who do you think you are? Honestly, stupid. And it's really cringe, really, on both sides. Like, oh, we're owning to the chat. Well, fuck the shells. It's really cringe. Because people are not doing anything. You're keyboard warriors. You're not changing anything. Really. And parroting someone else's stakes instead of thinking for yourself, it's how we got here. Like, I love how people like to say, like, oh, respecting people's pronouns is how we got here. And making, I don't care. You do what you want to do, I'll do what I want to do. But it's like, oh, yeah, well, guess what? Letting you run rampant on the internet, thinking that you're a fucking savior, the second coming of Jesus, and that you yelling at someone online, it's gonna change anything. It's also how we got here to begin with. It's letting people think that they can speak for everyone else. How we got here. And no one having an individual thought and everyone being in an echo chamber is exactly how we got here. On both fucking sides. So keep it to yourself, honestly. I don't care. You don't want to see something in an RPG, don't pursue that. If you're that intimidated by the prospect that Hans might show you his dick at some point, then you have bigger problems to worry about. And maybe you should discuss this with a therapist, to be very fair with you. Because I feel like, if you're constantly talking about, like, I don't know, man. I think that's very concerning. If you're like very like worried about pronouns and this and that, it's like there's bigger things to worry about, I feel like. I had you around, Ara. For a time, I thought you were super right wing, and because of some stuff in chat and couldn't support. And I apologize for getting you wrong. It's fine. I understand. I can expect people, and again, that's the problem as well with a lot of people that think that I betrayed them now, that I am woke now. Because why am I defending gay options in an RPG? Because every single RPG that I have played has gay options, and I'm straight, and I don't feel like, I have romance Liliana as a woman in Dragon Age Origins, and that doesn't make me less straight and attracted to men. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have to constantly like tell to myself like I'm straight when I'm like romancing a woman in an RPG, because I know how to differentiate between reality and pixels. And I know when a fucking game developer is talking down to me and lecturing me, or when they're just giving me options. And guess what? How many fucking players does Kingdom Come have right now? And it's very concerning, like this lack of, and I understand that a lot of people think that I'm right wing. Like, I've gotten that a lot lately of like, oh, now you're changing your tune, whatever. It's like, no, my tune has always been this. But some people just wanna, and again, I've said that, it is very cathartic when you have thoughts about something. And someone like me, who is very outspoken, I'm loud, I curse a lot, I voice out those thoughts aloud. But I cannot have the same thoughts you have 100% of the time. I'm gonna have some takes that you just simply don't agree with, because we're different people and we exist in different fucking bodies with different life experiences, and we have been raised in different circles, and it's just reality. And the fact that people don't understand that we can agree on some things and disagree on others is baffling to me, because that's just reality, isn't it? And it is crazy. It is crazy that it's you're with me or against me, when in the history of humankind, of mankind, we have never like 100% unanimously been in agreement ever. And that's okay. It is okay to disagree. We're always going to disagree. And the fact that people think that they are going to unanimously like make something happen, it's absolutely retarded and it's stupid. It's very, very stupid because it's never going to happen. It is common sense that the minority is never gonna like win over the majority. And I understand that it is concerning because for a while the minority was talking over the majority of gamers. I get that, okay? That for a long time we were like, what's going on? 80% of people have said we don't want this, or even 90%. So why are you like listening to the 10%? And that is very disconcerting. So now that things are going back to how they were, which doesn't mean that they were better before, but at least we were getting like content that was worth the money we were putting into. Doesn't mean that we have changed anything. Things will naturally go back to the way they were. Doesn't mean that it's better for anyone. It's fine. And it's okay because we're not gonna change nothing. We're not changing the world. Yeah, look at this. Doing pretty well. There you go. Gay or no gay, people like the game. It is what it is. It's the way that it's always been, man. I'm sorry to tell you this. It's just reality. We just like to have fun. Okay? Anti-woke Root has pulled, even if you told yourself that they don't, Warhorse leaked the gay stuff a month prior to release. If people knew earlier, it would have flopped. But it didn't, though. And people knew about the woke and gay stuff weeks before release because Daniel Vavra actually spoke about it in a tweet. And people have been like, oh, is it woke, is it not, for like weeks, and still didn't do anything to the release. So people voted with their wallets. That's the thing that I don't understand with these arguments is like, so people voted with their wallets with Veilguard, and that was okay because it flopped, and it was gonna flop, even before release. And people voted with their wallets with Kingdom Come Deliverance, and it's a commercial success. But all of a sudden, it's like, it's manipulated, like, oh, there's something wrong about this. There's something going on, it's not right. Or maybe it's just a good game. And people enjoy it and people like the first one and now they like this one. You have not been around when Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 released, total different vibe. Journals actually tried to cancel him for being all right friendly. So what? Talk to the journalists about it. Who listens to journalists anyway? That's the thing, it's like, oh, now because Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is getting good reviews. It's stupid because this is the same thing that happened with Veilguard. Veilguard was Game of the Year contender for a lot of like journals, and it was, a 9. Who cares about IGN? NPC Gamer? No one. At the end of the day, people care about the experience and the gameplay, and they are enjoying the game. So are they all wrong for doing that? Are they wrong for are in the wrong side of history for playing a game and having fun despite the fact that it has a gay romance in it and it's woke? Why it's so hard to understand that people might enjoy woke stuff? I just don't understand. Because maybe it's not woke at all and you just have a warped perception of reality. And there's no differentiating fiction and reality for some people anymore. And you guys don't understand that woke aspects have been in video games since the beginning. And no one batted an eyelash because people were grown-ups back then. And nothing had to be, like an argument. You get getting retweeted by these journalists you hated before. But that's the thing. That's, again, you making assumptions. What? Also, who cares if I'm getting retweeted by people? I get retweeted by people that support me and people that call me a cunt. The fuck is that supposed to mean? Buffer shit on the people who actually offended him when Jonas blacklisted Warhorse after Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 release. Okay, talk to him about it. The fuck do you want me to do about that? That's the thing. Like, you expect people to think just like you do, or to react to things like you do, and you have a perception of reality that it just suits your worldview. I don't care who you think I am or how should I react to things. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't owe you anything the same way that you don't owe me anything. And just because people retweet my shit, do you think I know who retweets my fucking tweets? Or who likes them? Or who... I've had people, like, agree with me. The same people on one tweet. And then disagree with me in the next. It's almost like that's the whole fucking point. And people are allowed to have different opinions on different topics. And I'm not one-dimensional. I'm sorry to tell you this. I'm sorry if you thought like I voted for Trump or something when I'm fucking European and political and I don't give a fuck. But that's the thing. You like context. I don't need context. That's the fucking thing. It's video games. Do you understand? Which is what you guys don't get. And I don't need context. Because I don't want to be fucking miserable and sad and pathetic online. Fighting with every single person that doesn't have the same opinion that I do about something that I can choose to buy or not buy. Because guess what? The same way that these people are not changing the world but injecting DEI into video games, the same way that they're not going to change, you know, how people feel about trans people or gay people or black people just because they like plaster them everywhere. It's the same way the other way around. You're not going to make trans people or gay people disappear just because you don't see them in video games. It's just they're pixels on a screen. It's crazy that we're even having this conversation. Like, you think you're changing anything. You're not changing nothing. They're not gonna change the world, and you're not gonna change the world either. And the fucking faster people realize that this is a thing, the better. Honestly, you are nobody, and I am nobody. Don't disagree with her. She will ban you like everyone else. Sure. What are you gonna do about it? Cry? Oh no. She bans people that fucking are annoying online. Yeah. Guess what? Did I ever give you a platform? Myself. Because I started posting videos. A lot of YouTubers bigger than you have fallen from grace. Yeah, because they are disingenuous. But that's the thing. Just because you disagree with me doesn't make me disingenuous or cancelable or whatever. Like, and because we know then Avowed is gonna come out and I'm gonna have base takes on Avowed and people that you're gonna be agreeing with me, and it is what it is. It's almost like we have different preferences. So it is what it is. Like, honestly, it's just, it is, at the end of the day, it's a fucking retarded like discourse to even be having in the first place, because I feel like we can all agree that there's bigger things to be worried about with the video game industry than an optional thing that you don't have to see. But that's how it all began. No, it didn't begin like that at all. But whatever. Sure, I don't care. And at the end of the day, I agree to disagree. You guys agree to, you know, die on that hill. That's your prerogative. I don't care. But it is what it is. It's like, I don't get why it's such a hard concept to grasp that reality, it's not video games. And the fact that you guys come home from work and instead of like doing things that you enjoy, you choose to be negative every single day. It's very disheartening, honestly, and very sad. Because I close stream and then I forget about this. LGBT is political inherently, sure. Yeah. Agendas are political. People liking to suck dick in their private time is not political. Yeah, people are people. It's true. It is what it is. But the fact that, oh, you cannot disagree. You can disagree with me. You're disagreeing with me right now. That's very funny to me that people are like, she's gonna ban you like she bans everyone else. I don't ban people unless they are fucking spamming things and just overall just being trolls online, because I don't want to have a conversation with someone that doesn't have two fucking brain cells to wrap together. You know what I mean? You sound like Eddie. Wait. I don't think the internet is on my side anymore. No, I'm self-aware. And I've been talking about this for like 4 hours. Like, I know that people are not gonna agree with me on everything. And it's completely fucking like stupid and retarded to think that, everyone is gonna agree with me. I don't want people to agree with me. I don't want just men around me. But it is the mentality of you're with us or against us. And you know who else has that? The woke left. And people like you are exactly like the people you claim you hate. You are extremist. You are an activist. You're pushing an agenda. You're pushing your political views into other people. You are the people you claim to hate. Sorry that I'm a fence sitter and that I don't, fight the good fight in the culture war. And I'm not a crusader for you and your views, because I don't have to be. I don't owe you anything. Sorry to tell you that. Sorry to burst your bubble, but unfortunately for you, I am almost 30 and I can do and say whatever the fuck I want in my social media. And you can agree with it or you can disagree with it. It is what it is. What I'm not gonna do is parrot the same fucking takes because it's gonna get me views. I don't care if the people you watch do that, but I'm not gonna do that because I don't care about it, to be fair. And I've spoken the entire stream about how that would make me so much money if I was talking about Ubisoft and I was talking about this and I was talking about that. But at the end of the day, I have a bottom line. And I don't care if you agree with me or you don't. You shouldn't care if I agree with you or you don't. The fact that you seek validation from content creators, it's deeply parasocial. You know how else calls people buzzwords, the woke left? You're calling people buzzwords while trying to be smart on the internet, brother. You know who calls people bigots? The shills, the wokes. You are completely blind to the fact that you are an activist and you are an extremist. It is what it is. Because if I don't agree with you, I'm woke. Right? But if I don't agree with them, I'm a bigot. Isn't it funny? It's called patterns of behavior. And just because you cannot see it doesn't mean that everyone else with two brain cells doesn't see it. Okay? So, yes, man. Whatever you say, man. Crazy. They cannot see it. The fact that he with his entire chest said, you know who else calls people buzzwords? The buzzword. Isn't that insane? And no, I'm not gonna ban you for disagreeing with me. Okay? It's just everyone disagrees with me every day and I still live. But at the end of the day, I know that I cannot change people's minds and I'm not trying to. I actively ask you every day as someone that has more reach than the average person, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if 10 people watch me or 10,000. That's more fucking reach than someone that watches me has. Do think for yourselves. And don't let me change your mind. Don't let me dictate what you do and you don't do, or how you behave or you don't behave. But then also don't let anyone else tell you what to think and what not to think. Okay? And I'm sorry that I'm not as extreme as some people wanted to, Hypnotic watches my streams from time to time, but who cares? But you know what I'm talking about? It's like, I'm sorry, but from the beginning, and I feel like a lot of people, a lot of things got lost in translation during the Belgard thing, because I don't know where people got the idea that I hated trans people, or I hated pronouns in video games, or I hated that you could romance a man while being a man or whatever. It's ridiculous because I never said that. The only thing I said about Top Surgery Scars is that they didn't belong in a fantasy game because they made no sense lore-wise. That's all I said about that. That was the extent of my criticism on Top Surgery Scars. The rest of my criticism was about objectively bad things like mechanics, voice acting, gameplay. But of course, people love to do one of this and take things out of context and then build a narrative around 20 seconds of videos and footage. And they know who I voted for, they know who I sleep with, they know how I think, they know everything about me. You guys don't know me. You don't. It is what it is. And the fact that a lot of people are finding out right now that I'm not right-wing and I'm not a fucking blue-hair leftist and that I'm genuinely just interested in playing funny games and fun games and games that have replayability value. It's crazy to me because if you just waited 2 seconds, you would understand that I'm sorry, but I'm not a caricature. I am not one thing or the other. And I'm not interested in the whole you're with me or against me dynamic in diatribe because it's just very dumb. And that's not how the adult world works. That's not how adults should behave. You're either do what I say or we don't play together anymore. Okay, so we don't play together anymore. And it's really funny because the people that these people watch agree with me. And they, I have the people that you fucking simp for online talking to me in my DMs. And guess what? They agree with me, so. Sorry. Sorry. I don't get that some people don't understand not being on extreme is a legitimate place to stand in because that's just like being a fence sitter. That's the entire problem with these people, is that that's not taking a side. I am taking a side. What you're mad at is that it's not your side. That's it. That's the entire fucking issue that they have. It's either you're with me or against me. And that's the exact same fucking pattern of behavior the woke left has. And the activists have. And the people with, and the thing is, they don't understand that being homophobic and being racist, it's also an agenda. And oh, hello, Kata. And I'm not that. Sorry. I don't hate people for what they choose to do with their lives, but I'm not either gonna be an activist and an ally and whatever. I'm pretty content with little people live and do their own choices. My fucking bottom line is don't mess with children. That's it. After you hit 18, you can do whatever the fuck you want with your body. You can cut your balls, you can wear them as a fucking necktie, you can, fucking tattoo a swastika on your forehead. I generally don't give a shit. And people don't understand that this is a position to be in. Just because someone else is telling you it's either them or us, doesn't mean that there's only them or us. There's people like me that just want good games. There's people like Kata. And again, we're not going to agree on everything. We don't have to. That's the thing that I just don't understand as well. It's when did it become a thing that we all have to agree on something? When that's never been a thing and it's never going to be a thing. People hate to see a bitch that I'm not afraid of being canceled. This whole thing is don't forget who made you. I made me, bitch. I made me. I'm the one that is on a stream every day, or whatever, and that I'm writing scripts. I appreciate the people that watch me, but if I don't put the effort of making content, you guys are not gonna watch me out of the, what are you gonna do? Come to my fucking window and watch me like I'm a fucking zoo animal? No. I made me, okay? And I made myself because of my takes. and my personality and my opinions. And what I'm not going to do is back down on that because I'm afraid that people are not going to like me. People don't like me already. And some people do. And some people don't know who I am. Some people don't care about who I am. And that's okay because I'm self-aware. And I feel like that's a thing that a lot of people should do as well. Just be more self-aware. It is free, really. It is really free. And you guys can... It's so much better here, to be very honest, in the center because... It's not crowded. I wish it was more crowded, this side. And you can have multiple opinions, different opinions about different things. And no one is going to be surprised that you like this, but you don't like that. That's fucking retarded to me. Because it's like, why do you expect me to be like you? Why would I do that? And a lot of people that in Belgar were like, oh, don't ever change. I haven't changed. But you cannot expect me to be one-dimensional for my entire career because it's never going to happen. And you cannot expect me to yell about everything. Like, you know, like local woman yells at cloud for like 3 hours. Because I don't want to do that with my life. I am sorry that I'm, you know, a person with different opinions than you. And different worldviews of you and different like values and beliefs and has been raised in a different environment than you have. I'm sorry for being my own person, I guess, which is controversial these days because that sucks, right? That people have their own opinions. What the fuck do you think? It's gonna, like, you guys are just very used to people just parroting the same fucking takes over and over again. Which, fair... And again, I've said it, people just like to hear bigger people and influencers say what they want to say, okay? And having the people agree with them because it gets you like a burst of serotonin of like, oh my God, Hypnotic said exactly what I was thinking. And then he's going to say some things that you don't like. Like, for example, he said that the game is not woke, but I don't see you in his stream. Maybe they're in his stream, but they get fucking roasted immediately because of it. Like, I'm sorry that you thought I was a bigot. For real, for real. I'm not. Like, people really thought that I was like, it was a character when I said, like, I really don't care about anything, but I genuinely don't care. And I don't care about people's opinions on me because at the end of the day, I don't know them. But they care about what I think still. No, I'm not sorry. Obviously. I'm not sorry. But it's just funny to me that it's like, you want my validation so bad. But at the end of the day, you are also claiming that you don't care about my opinion, but you do care. Because I made you feel special. I liked one of your comments on my Belgar video. And I agree with you on this one thing. Therefore, I agree with you on every single, like, I'm one of you. I'm one of your, you know, your tribe. I'm one of your people. I'm not. I'm not. You don't know me. That parasocial relationship has to end. That's why I'm so honest and so transparent. Whether it's for Hola, Dark Fox, whether it's for my detriment or my benefit, I try to be as transparent with my thoughts as I can. So you guys understand that I'm more than one facet that I showed on the internet, okay? Because yes, I was very angry during the Belgar debacle because it was very close to home and it was like a franchise that I still love with my entire heart. And I was very sad that it went down the way it did, okay? Sure. But... you guys have to understand that this is one facet of my personality. Like, I'm not a fucking robot. I'm not AI. I don't say things depending on the input that you guys give on chat. It doesn't work like that. You guys just cannot type like, hey, can you please say this and this about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, but make it seem like you're Nure, the YouTuber? It's not fucking... It doesn't work like that. And I don't understand why it's so hard to comprehend that people, even YouTubers and content creators and streamers, have just different worldviews than you do. and you're never gonna agree with everything and on everything with them. And like the only reason you can disagree with my takes is because I say them, you know? Because if I was a smarter woman, I would shut up. I'd say like, yeah, sure. The controversies, I haven't really heard about those. Can you guys explain to me, like, what do you guys think about Kingdom Come? Like, I would just be completely vague about my takes on something. Or completely like, oh yeah, you know, like neutral. Because it would benefit me to like leave you guessing whether I agree with one thing or I agree with another thing. But that's the thing. No. I thought we were an echo chamber though. Apparently. People are just very upset on both sides. And that's the thing. People think that now the woke left has taken me with, you know, open arms in their side. Because, oh my God, I don't hate gay people. And that's gonna change the way everyone views me. Like, the woke left isn't calling me racist and bigot and ableist every day. And quoting my tweets. Telling me that, you know, oh, now she's changing sides now. Like, I'm getting fucking slack from every side. So, who do you think I'm trying to please? No one. It's almost like I didn't start the streaming to please people. Takes guts. It's not guts. I think it's common sense. And I think it takes the streamer being in a place where they're very comfortable with where they are in life. And I am. Unfortunately for a lot of people, right? For a lot of people that try to like rile me up or get me to like slip or whatever. I'm pretty level-headed when I have to be. Sure, I get mad. Sure, I curse. Sure, I get upset. Sure, I say things in the heat of the moment. But when it counts, I think personally that I'm pretty level-headed. And once you get to know me, you can tell that, you know, I try to be as subjective about things as I can be within reason. Because at the end of the day, again, I'm a human and I'm biased about things. It is what it is. We're all biased. But have you ever said something to realize that you were wrong? Yeah. And then I have apologized. And I have, not apologized, but come out and said, hey, this was wrong actually. Or someone has corrected me in, like my video on, wasn't Mass Effect? I made a comment and I said that Veilguard sold 1.5 million copies or whatever. And it wasn't copies, it was impressions. We don't really know how many copies they sold. Like, it's not public record still. And I said, oh, okay, thank you. I'm not gonna argue. If you know, you're gonna know. You're gonna be more knowledgeable about something than me. And you can actually have a mature conversation with me about that. And you can tell me like, Ada, look, about this, you're wrong. Or I think personally that things shouldn't be done like this, they should be done like this. And I've had multiple conversations about people with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 and about like, hey, I don't think Henry, was meant to be gay forever or whatever. Or I think they should like, make it more obvious. And they're respectful people and I can have a conversation and be like, okay, well, I think it's not such big of a deal because of this. But if you think that, that's completely fine. And it's your right as a person with free will to either buy it or not buy it. And I can have a conversation with that person because they're respectful of my intelligence. And I'm respectful of theirs. But if you come to my chat and tell me, hey, you dumb whore, you're wrong. And you're fucking wrong because of this and this and this. Then I don't want to have a conversation with you. Like, I'm sorry. Sorry that I don't want to have a conversation with someone that it's just disrespectful. Because if you're coming with that energy, I'm going to come with that energy back. And you're going to lose. Because at the end of the day, you're the one watching me. You're the one giving me views. I'm the one reaping the rewards. And you're the one that it's, still fuming online. With all that pent up rage, doing nothing of use for you. What do you think of the controversy? I think that it's just stupid. And it shouldn't be a controversy. I understand being skeptical. And being disillusioned and disappointed in the way things were handled. Because I wouldn't say that I was disappointed because, again, I don't have horses in that race. I got introduced to Kingdom Come Deliverance pretty like late, and I haven't finished the first one. I'm like 20-ish hours into it because I have work to do, honestly. But I'm enjoying it for what it is. I think the first one could have been more polished in some aspects. I think the mechanic of combat is pretty junky, and it takes a while to like get used to it, and it gets a lot of like grinding to get, you know, good at the game. But it is a good game. It's a, you know, a good product. Do I think a optional romance changes that in the second one? No. Do I think they could have handled it much better? Yes. That's my fucking... And just because I say it in a, you know, I say harsh words on the internet, doesn't mean that I think Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, it's Game of the Year, or that Daniel Babra is God, and I worship where he, like, that's the thing, I don't care. Oh, but he followed you. He doesn't follow me, first of all. I followed him, because I think it's very funny to see his replies to some people that entertain him to begin with. And yeah, he has replied to my comments, like to one of my tweets. And what is that supposed to mean? You know how also has replied to my tweets? Smash GT, Grams, Vara. Oh, so what? So what? So what if he's the devil? You know what I'm talking about? I don't... There are more reasonable people out there, but the debate is being clouded by extremes on both sides. It's concerning. And it's more concerning that people don't have like self-awareness in this culture war, and they cannot see that just fighting small battles doesn't win the war. You know what I mean? And again, I think it's really cringe the way that some people tackle this cultural war like it's an actual war with, you know, swords and tanks and whatever. Like, oh my god, we're winning, keep pushing. Like, please, it's pixels. And at the end of the day, when you become a content creator and you have a lot of pull on Twitter and stuff like that, you do have a small army of people, of echo chamber and yes men, that you're gonna use to push your own agenda. We're seeing that with Melanie Mack, and we're seeing that with John De La Rose, and we're seeing that with a lot of other content creators that don't claim to be as extreme, but are apparently coming out to be as extreme, and they're pushing their own worldview onto what the video game industry should be. And at the end of the day, what I think the video game industry should be is just neutral. It should be whoever is the majority, and whoever it's the one that it's making a company the most money is the one that you make games for, period. The way that it used to be. And again, you want to make a woke game that it's all about gender identity and this and that, then you make a game about that and you let the market decide, which I think it's the most common opinion about this. The thing is, the vocals, like the vocal minority and the extremes, are very loud, and they don't have anything better to do than be on the internet all the time. So it's the ones that we hear the most. But I think like normal gamers that don't really have like a presence in social media and they don't really use social media also think like that. It's like, hey, you make a product and then you let the market decide whether that's a good product and not, and then you base your next product off that. Of like, okay, did it make a profit or did it lose money? And then you change your fucking tactics, your marketing tactics, depending on that. Like it used to be, okay? But I don't want politics in my games. None of them. I don't want censorship of any kind. And I don't want like forced inclusivity and DEI policies either. And I don't know why that's a controversy. I don't know why that's a controversial opinion. Yeah, things are very tender, and I don't know. People are very, I don't know, very easily riled up, I feel like. They can control their emotions and act like children, same as all the people crying racism, but if others of different races do things they say nothing, you'll never win the argument. No, and I'm not here to win anything, that's the thing. It's one of humanity's perpetual arguments, and one reason peace will never be truly attained. It was never gonna be a thing. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I've been saying. It's like, no, you cannot be unanimous in anything. We have never been unanimous, ever. The problem now is that somehow has gotten lost in translation. The fact that people have been right-wing and left-wing forever, since politics were invented by humans. And that's never been a problem before. And all of a sudden, people really forgot that there's more than left and right. And there's always been more than left and right. And it's them or us. And it's like, it's not like, it doesn't work like that. It's not binary. We're not robots. It's not one or zeros. We're humans. And we're gonna disagree. They'll argue that entertainment is inherently political. You can argue that until the fucking cows come home, honestly, but it's like, they're doing with like horror movies, apparently, like, oh, horror movies have been political. You can see whatever you want between the lines. That's the beauty of, interpretation. You can see whatever the fuck you want. You can make a dissertation of how, this fucking can is woke because of the color scheme or who designed it or whatever. If you want to make a big deal out of something, you can. It's really funny how that works. You can do whatever you want, but it's just, is it worth it though to like argue about every single thing? Like, I get it. I want games to be fun again. I get that, and I get that one of the things we have to do to achieve that is to get rid of DEI policy hiring and shit like that in the video game industry and the entertainment industry as a whole. But that doesn't mean that I hate black people. And I don't think like a black developer can do a really good job. Or I don't think that a trans developer can actually pull their own weight in the video game industry. Or that I hate gay people. Or that I'd never want to see gay people in a video game ever, or a black person in a video game ever. No, but I want the game to be good, and I want the representation to be seamless like it used to be. I want a good product. That doesn't make me racist or homophobic or a bigot, but it doesn't make me fucking, like the other side either. It's just stupid. People can't even agree on what is left and what is right on the scale. It has different meanings in different locations. Yeah, I joked about it, but there is nothing wrong with having more representation as long as it's not forced. And it's been going okay for a while. Till like 20... Yeah. Because then are you still planning on playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? Yeah, once I finished the first one. Which I thought it was common sense. You know what I mean? People are like, oh, how can you even speak about Kingdom Come Deliverance 2? I'm not even speaking about the second game as the game. I cannot tell you exactly what's gonna happen, or this is this and this is that because I played it. But I can tell you that the whole conversation around it's absolutely retarded, and it's taken away from actually addressing other topics. Like, I think the whole discussion of like Corinne Bush ruining a video game and then getting rewarded with a job, it's concerning, and that means that the war is not over and we haven't really done anything. Like, oh, the Veilguard team got fired. Yeah, but the person that led the Veilguard team failed up. So, at the end of the day, did we do anything? It's gonna take a long time to see a change in the industry. It is. And guess what? They're not gonna get rid of gay people in video games as devs, and they're not gonna get rid of like black people either, right? It is what it is, because guess what? They have been in the industry. The problem was that we didn't see them, which I enjoyed actually. We didn't see them. We didn't interact with them on Twitter. We, didn't have access to their past work through LinkedIn. We didn't see them. They were expected to do a good job and go home and get paid, and that's it. But now we are in there with them. We get like videos of them working and talking about stupid shit doesn't fucking mean anything in a video game and this and that. And it's like, okay, I don't want to know who you are. I don't want to know who you fuck. I don't want to know what you think, who you vote. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I want you to make a good video game. And if it's not good, it's gonna fail, and then you're gonna learn from it or you're not gonna learn from it. And that's how the industry worked for the longest time. But it's just like, it took a step back because of the whole like Black Rocks with being situation, and now we're gaining ground again. But we cannot gain ground while walking back simultaneously. Like, it's not gonna work like that. It's not like, oh my god, we got some push in it, we made a dent, let's actually use this time to make everything about me and how I think and what I want. No. No. Not gonna work. It's almost like that's not how the world works, and it's never gonna be like that, and it's just stupid. I miss the 90s. That was the peak race relations. Best friend growing up was a white kid in my neighborhood. We're basically family. Dude, the best thing that happened to me was meeting Kata and Atreus. I'm telling you, and I told them as much, like, and they're both black. Oh no, my god, your entire like worldview about me, it's crumbling. The best people that I've met. I talked with Dark Fox, like, also amazing person. Like, I don't know, man, like, at least I'm trying to like get positives of this, of like, I'm meeting a lot of like good solid people through this, and people that are true to themselves, which it's very rare, and I wish that it wasn't as rare. And I've met like really good people also in my chat, honestly, like really nice people. Most of you, if not all of you right now, I like you as people. Like, I get to actually interact with you. Like, I recognize you when you come to my other streams. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm in a place where I cannot be canceled, and I cannot be bribed, and I cannot be guilt-tripped, and I cannot be like made to feel less than I am. Like, because I don't want to be a bigger streamer, and I don't want to be this, and I don't want to be that. So you cannot use that against me, and other people hate that. So the amount of nepotism we've seen in entertainment over the years is insane. So many people fail upwards instead of earning it, and that's gonna end at some point. Because people are just, you know, we're taking, not the power back, but it's going back to like a place where money speaks louder than words. And now that there's like anti-DEI policies in place, especially in America, where it's where most of these companies are based, and the Eastern companies are making hit after hit after hit, they either bend or they break. And it's either one or the other. It is what it is. They either try to please the majority of consumers, and I'm not talking to please the chats or please this. When I'm talking about gamers, I'm talking about the majority of gamers, and that includes gay people that mind their business, trans people that mind their business, black people, black lesbians, black gays, Jews, everyone. Because a lot of people like gamers are like white men. No. Everyone can enjoy video games. And a lot of people just enjoy video games for what they are, without having lectures thrown in them, okay? People just enjoy video games for what they were at their peak, and we want that back, okay? So you either appeal to the masses, or you choose to appeal to a minority, and then you reap the consequences. That's what it is. And what it's always been, and we want it to, you know, we want that business practice back. I want capitalism back. Proper capitalism, okay? Thank you. Speaking about that, the side scrollers who recently reacted to your last take on good old Eddie held what they call Real Game Awards, where they presented an award for a good racing game. You won't believe what happened next. I don't. I believe Game Awards are retarded as well. Watching you makes me want to eat a burger. Go eat a burger. There's a rude awakening for the Western half a game industry coming from the East. Yeah, 100%. Because the East doesn't cater to nobody. They do what they want to do. And people respect that, and they buy the games. And they're not constantly like, you won't see a Japanese game developer fucking arguing with someone online. but you're gonna see that in the Western side, which is absolutely retarded. You're like, oh my god, you're pro censorship? You want censorship? Like the same people that complain that when I say, hey, I believe that game developers have to have not restricted access to social media, but when you're actively working in a project, you should be mindful of what you're saying online. Even if, you want to like react to something or you want to like bitch about something online, like, oh my god, this fucking audience, do it in private, honestly. Bitch about it with other writers, like everyone else does. You want to like criticize someone online, you do it in a fucking group chat, you know what I mean? But no, they just do it online, and then that reflects poorly in the studios and this, which I get, but it's like, this wasn't an issue before social media. Social media, it's the fucking crux of the problem. Bye-bye, Amy. Have a good night. I'm also gonna be leaving pretty soonish, maybe like 30 minutes more and we call it a day, but I don't know, man. I just feel like social media, it has allowed people to think that they matter and their opinions matter. In the reality is that it doesn't. Just because you got like a 1K likes on a tweet doesn't mean that you're somebody. And I'm telling you that from someone that makes a living of social media. Like, I don't think you can get the truth from like someone that it's, I'm in the business of social media. And at the end of the day, social media, it's a fucking ocean, and there's like waves and tides and currents and this and that, and you can be viral one day and be nothing the next, and you can make a living of a fucking viral tweet or a TikTok and then be fucking forgotten and fade into obscurity the next. It is what it is. And people love drama and controversies and people raging online. People will grift and rage bait and do this and do that because it's, it's what sells. It's what gets them the fucking validation and attention they crave. And it doesn't, and I get that. And it's been like that since the beginning of time. But you cannot expect everyone to be playing the same game that you are. I am not playing no one's game. I play by my own fucking rules. And again, to my benefit or to my detriment. I don't care. I don't owe you anything. And you don't owe me anything. A lot of people are like, oh, we made you. I made me. And you helped. And I will always appreciate that. But you didn't make me. You didn't give me my takes. You didn't teach me how to speak or how to make videos or how to write a script. I taught myself that. And I will always be thankful that there's people that like my content and like me as a content creator. But you have to understand that at the end of the day, it's my life. And I have my bottom lines and I have my morals. And I have to respect myself as a person and do things that I think are right and be myself before I try to pretend to be someone else for likes and views and entertainment. And it's the same for you. Like, you don't have to change how you think and how you act and how you behave to suit my tastes, because that's not how the world works. And we can be like fundamentally like different people and live in harmony. Like, it's okay. It's a thing that has been happening. You know what I mean? We can be different people with different worldviews and different experiences and beliefs and still coexist. And that's fine. It's when those sides and extremes try to impose on others that's why we're here. Okay? And sure, the woke left has been winning for a long time and they have had pull in the industry, and I agree with that. I accept that as a fact because it is. And I'm not gonna deny the facts and I'm not gonna deny the truth. But we, as the majority, and I'm not calling us the chats or the bigots or the grifters because I'm not part of that. But the majority, the true majority of true gamers that just want fun games, we are finally like, getting a little bit of like that, that space back. The space that, was made to entertain ourselves and to like distract ourselves from reality, we're getting that back by showing companies that, hey, we're not making you money anymore, and they're not making money anymore, so what are you gonna do? And they're gonna have to change their business practices, whether they want it or not. And we'll see in like 5 years from now if they have learned their lesson. And if they haven't, they will be replaced by Eastern studios and companies. And then they will have no one to blame but themselves. And at the end of the day, we also win, okay? Because we get good games. It is what it is. And I'd rather, play Japanese RPGs than not RPGs at all, because guess what? They're bad. But yeah, the majority, or who believes to be the majority, they're not the majority either. The chats are not the majority. The same way that the woke and the shills are not the majority on their side. They think they are, and they think they're changing the world, but they're not. And it is what it is. At the end of the day, you have to support things that you like and that you think are good and that entertain you. You don't have to buy something to spite someone else, or because you want to own the chats or the shells. And you don't have to stop yourself from buying something to, please your side or who you think it's the people on your side. You have to do things because you want to do them. You have to try things because you want to try them. You have to enjoy things because you want to enjoy them, okay? And if you don't like something, you don't like it because you reached that conclusion on your own, not because I told you, or Endymion told you, or Vara told you, or Hypnotic told you. Sure, we can inform those opinions by showing you footage of said games and telling you our opinions on why we think it's not good or why we didn't enjoy it. But at the end of the day, my opinion is my own, and I cannot expect you to think the same way that I do. Sometimes we will have very similar opinions on something, and others we won't. I've had multiple people disagree with me on Avowed. Are they gonna change my mind? No. Only the release of the game and me playing the game will determine whether I like the game or I hate it. I have a very strong stance on Avowed for the things that I have seen with my eyes and heard with my ears, not because Hypnotic told me that it's not good, or Kata told me that it's not good, or Atreus told me that it's not good. I remember actually the time that we talked about Avowed in Hypnotic's stream, we all disagreed with one another. And at the end of the day, we were okay with it, with disagreeing, because we were all adults. And that didn't cause any tensions, and no one felt betrayed or like this was something performative that we were doing, oh, you're not liking it because it's better to sell negative views on something. No, because we're adults and we understand that we're not gonna agree on everything. And if only people were more like that, we wouldn't be in this predicament to begin with. But that's my opinion. And that's been 5 hours of me yapping, and my throat's starting to feel it. Listen, I think we have talked about everything that has been going on in the industry nowadays. And I think I have made very clear where I stand in this culture war nonsense to me, because it's starting to become a nonsense. I do think that it started with good intentions and that it had the majority's intentions in heart, in the forefront. But now it has become of us versus them, and your agenda sucks but mine doesn't. No, your agenda sucks but mine doesn't. And it's just like a pull and push of absolute fucking nonsense. I'm not one-dimensional. I have opinions, and I have beliefs, and I have experiences that might not complement your own. And that's fine. I'm sorry that you had to find out this way, but it's okay to not be a clone of one another, and to have individual thoughts sometimes, and to agree on some things and disagree on some things, and agree to disagree. It is okay, and there's more than one side than them or us, the shills and the chats. Don't let people tell you what to think. Don't let people dictate your thoughts and your actions, because at the end of the day, I know it's hard, and it's just much easier to go with the flow and go with the majority and go with, whoever's screaming the loudest. And allow them to speak for you, but it doesn't help anyone. And it doesn't help you. It doesn't benefit you to let someone else speak for you, honestly. And you don't have to argue with anyone online. And you don't have to explain yourself or justify yourself to anyone if you don't want to. That's entirely up to you as well. Just, I hope that today cleared some things, especially about me, like a lot of misconceptions that people have about me, and a lot of like false narratives that have rise about me in the internet. Other people think that I'm a woke, like liberal, left, color hair bitch, and some other people think that I'm absolutely like the worst bigot. I hate everyone that is not white and straight, and and it's just completely fucking nonsense. But at the end of the day, that's the internet for you. And that's gonna be it for today. I love you guys. Expect a Warhammer 40k video pretty soon, probably tomorrow, if I can get the editing done. So yes, yeah, welcome to the fence sitting thing of the internet. The fence is not very comfortable to sit in, but we have fucking popcorn here. I love you guys, and again, please stay true to yourselves. Feel free to disagree with me at any point, and don't be afraid that I'm gonna fucking ban you for disagreeing with me. As long as you're able to fucking elaborate and string sentences together and have, be respectful, I'm open to have fucking, debate with you. I'm not a child. But have a good night.